Mark, are you trying to fix the fan, sir? Awesome, folks. If you are back and present and ready to go, if you could just drop a P in the chat box and let me know that you're good to go. Awesome. All right, folks. Thank you so much, Alicia. Thank you, Parkley. Thank you, everyone. What I would love you to do is already up till now, we've touched on a few things. We've touched on training packages are updated every 3 to 5 years. We touched on the difference between training and education. We touched on the job of a trainer. We touched on the number 19 and 64. We touched on a variety of different things. We touched on your, I guess, goals and outcomes. We touched on competent versus not yet competent. What I would love you to do is drop in the chat box what's one thing that you've discovered so far? What's been mentioned that was new for you that you didn't know previously? Drop in the chat box. What's one thing that we've covered so far that's really stood out to you? Go for it, team. Drop in the chat box. What's one thing that's really stood out to you? And let's lock it in. It could be anything at all. Drop it in the chat box there for me if you could. Statistics and numbers. Very cool, Mark. Very cool. Very cool. And we're going to go deeper into those numbers in just a moment. 1964, absolutely, Susan. It was a mind blast when I realized, oh my gosh, I can't just say it once and expect someone to hear it and remember it. Like, what crazy. Parkley, 55% body language, absolutely. Multiple exposures, so absorption of learning. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, 55, 38 for tonality and 7% words. Yeah, tonality, absolutely. When my wife's tonality changes, I know I'm either in the good books or the bad books, for sure. All right. And tonality will get a message across in many, many, many different ways there. Awesome, everyone. Thank you so much for sharing. Understanding of learning. Yeah, so important. And over the next couple of days, we're going to go through what are the 4 stages of learning anything. And there's 4 stages that you will become aware of there. Awesome. On that note, folks, let's come back to our magic whiteboard here and let's check it out. So up till now, we've been looking at that number 19 and number 64 then. And so I'm just going to close this off here and there are some other numbers that I'd love you to be aware of. So we've got the 19, we've got the 64 there, and there's some other numbers I'd love you to write down. So we've got 310 and 100. Oh, 100. 310 and a 100. And once you've written down 310, 100, drop a 310 and 100 in the chat box there if you could, please, and let me know that you've got that sorted. Beautiful. All right, 310 to 100. Now, this is based on my own experience and my own understanding and my own research. And if you want to find out more, certainly check out numbers. But basically, having taught English for the last 7 years, and then on top of that training, I would have to say that there's some things I've observed, right? So basically, 3-4 accuracy. All right. Now, what I discovered when I was teaching a skill to someone, basically the first time they kind of got it wrong. Second time, they kind of screwed it up. And then the third time, they kind of got it right and they kind of got it effective or on point there. So 3 for accuracy. All right. Now, the 10 is the number of times to do it until they can be unsupervised, right? So I like to make sure that someone can do it 10 times in front of me before I let them go and do it unsupervised, right? Now, it may sound like a lot of times there, but it's going to really solidify to me, yes, this person is absolutely good to go, all right? Now, 100 is the start to master something and the point when you can start to break the rules and make your own way to do things. Dropping yes in the chat box, would you agree that sometimes people break the rules too soon and start to get creative too quickly before they've actually mastered the basics and mastered the foundations? Dropping yes in the chat box, do you think that sometimes people break the rules too quickly? All right, that's a yes on that one. All right, we need to appreciate that mastery really, it starts from the 100-point onwards, right? And there's so many things in my life I haven't mastered, but I'm on the journey towards it, right? So we've got 3 for accuracy, 10 for someone to be able to do it, and then we go, yeah, unsupervised, good to go, and then 100 starting to master it. But I actually don't believe that we ever master anything. It is just a commitment to the journey there, all right? So on that note, let's come back to our magic slides for just a moment here, and let's bring these up. And if you could just drop a yes in the chat box, let me know that you can see the slides. That would be great. Yep, awesome. So we need to appreciate that earlier today, I said the job of a trainer is to create change in an audience. The job of a trainer is to create change, all right? And we are not really training someone unless we are providing opportunities for performance and feedback, performance and feedback, performance and feedback. And if I'm just reading a book, probably I'm not being trained, I'm just absorbing information. And we need to sort of become aware of what's called the behavior change stairway. And this may be something you want to take a photograph of or write down, behavior change stairway. But ultimately, we need to realize that there are stages that people go through when we influence them, all right? So look at active listening, all right, which you will all be very aware of. We've got empathy, we've got rapport, we've got influence and behavior change. But in order to create behavior change, there's a couple of things that have to actually happen before that. And we've got active listening, empathy, rapport, influence, and behavior change. Out of all of these, when I dive deeper into the behavioral change stairway, I started to realize the importance of empathy. And what I would love you to do is just drop the letter E into the chat box. Let's lock in the word empathy. Now, empathy is not I agree with you or I disagree with you or anything like that. Empathy is I acknowledge your point of view and I acknowledge what life is like for you and I get it. And I acknowledge it, all right? So go ahead, everyone, drop an E in the chat box. And once I started to investigate empathy a lot more, the behavioral change stairway started to flow so much better. And many times in life, people really struggle to create the empathy side of things. And what we're going to do is later today, I'm going to share with you a book that transformed my skills completely in the space of empathy. And when you understand that without empathy, you cannot have rapport, you cannot have influence, and you cannot create change in others, you start to go, okay, I get it. I need to step back, and we first need to create that empathy there. Listening, I'm sure that all of you guys are pretty familiar with that. And for me, it's just something that, as a normal, courteous person, you would be doing anyway there. But the empathy side is something we definitely need to practice. And today I'm going to recommend that a book, sorry, Tech Issue, we're going to recommend a book that's going to transform your ability to create empathy there. On that note, I want you to think about As a trainer, drop in the chat box, why do you think it's important that we develop our skills as a trainer? Drop in the chat box, why do you think it's important to develop our skills? Excellence in training. Can't train effectively what you don't know. Very cool, Matt. Very cool. Listen to others. Yeah, very cool, Corey. Very cool. Very cool. To build confidence. Ooh, I like it. I like it. Broader range of knowledge and understanding. Absolutely. So we can provide more to our learners and we can develop. And if we stop growing, then our ability to actually impact our audience stops as well then. And we need to be aware that as a trainer, once you stop growing, your learners, they're the ones that are really impacted. If you're still teaching things that are out of date, well, that's a bit of a problem. If you're still teaching stuff that, it doesn't work anymore, then your audience is going to suffer, right? So as a trainer, we all appreciate that we need to become lifelong learners and we need to have a mindset of, I'm hungry to learn to be the best we can to train others. Absolutely, Alicia. We need to become committed to our own learning and development. And if you're not someone that likes learning, well, you're going to struggle with training because you're constantly having to update your skills, your knowledge, and your mindset there. Now, in the world of mindset, there's two possible mindsets. You've got the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. Drop a yes or a no in the chat box if you've ever heard of fixed mindset versus growth mindset. Fixed mindset versus growth. Drop in the chat box. You ever heard fixed versus growth? Drop a yes or a no in the chat box there for me if you could. No, Matt, awesome. Mark, I think an O is a yes, not sure. Oh, it's probably a no. Yeah, so we've got a couple of yeses, no's on that. Awesome. So I want to introduce you to a concept called the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. All right. Now, basically, this is the way that we think about learning or the way that we can approach life. All right. So on the left hand side, we've got a fixed mindset. I'm only good at certain things. I give up when it gets too hard. I hate challenges. I take feedback and criticism personally. Don't like what I don't know. Um, and then we've got the growth mindset, which says I can be good at anything. I try until I get the result. I embrace challenges. I welcome feedback and criticism. I like learning about things I don't know. Bit of a leading question, but drop in the chat box. Which do you think is healthier for a trainer to have? Fixed or growth? Bit of a leading question there. Hopefully you answer it pretty quickly because if you thank you, Matt. Thank you, Parkley. We are going growth on that mindset there. All right. So it's very easy to fall into the fixed mindset because that's when our ego shows up and our ego has six core needs. We'll talk about that later. But we are always looking to learn and grow as much as we can, but sometimes we need to make the deliberate decision to be in that growth mindset. All right. But knowing which one we're in and being able to get back into the optimal one is really, really important. So let's jump into an activity to identify. All right. So phrases a trainer might say. Number one, it's the student's fault they don't understand. It's the student's fault they don't understand. Drop in the chat box. Number one, growth or fixed, folks. Growth or fixed, number one. It's the student's fault. Oh, excellent. Loving it, Daniel. Matt, loving it. I'm going to wait for a few more answers. Mark, excellent. Mark, fixed. Terrible. Naughty trainer. Never be saying that. Right? As soon as you blame your learners, game over. Right? Number two, let me explain it a different way. One of my favorite expressions. Let me explain it a different way. Jump in the chat box. What would you say? Beautiful. We've got some growth going on. Excellent. Number three, I know that wasn't the best session I have run, and the student's comment regarding how I could change the slide was definitely valid. Growth or fix. Beautiful. Number four, bit of a doozy. Number four, bloody vet sector. Can't believe it keeps changing. Bloody vet sector. Oh, wish it would just stay the same. Sick of it changing. Sick. Bloody vet sector. Awesome. Number five, I am more than happy to say things multiple times in instructions in different ways and communicate. Student hasn't understood it yet, as I know we all hear differently. All right, I'm just going to put a page break in there and just go number five. Number five, what do we say, folks? We are going the growth. All right, awesome. Number six here, folks, bit of a doozy. That was the worst session I have ever delivered. I am terrible at this. What do we think, folks? Number six, I like it. And number seven, I don't necessarily agree with what said about body language, but I'll definitely rewatch the recording and see if there is anything to learn from the feedback that I got. Go ahead, drop in the chat box. Number seven, growth or fixed. Growth or fixed. Excellent. I like it. I like it. Awesome. All right, cool. So drop a yes in the chat box if you're starting to see the distinction between growth mindset versus fixed. And I could potentially ask you or postulate to you that maybe there's some times where people around you have gone into a bit of a fix or a bit of a growth mindset. And as you get even more clarity around this, it starts to become quite interesting because you can identify it in yourself or other people as well. And when we do get stressed, it is hard to be constantly in that growth mindset. But there's certainly other characters, category there. We've got fixed, we've got growth, and we've got innovative mindset there as well, which you can definitely check out, right? But essentially, what I would love to share with you is what I call empowering beliefs. All right. And at the core of all mindset, there is a set of beliefs that will either make you successful or unsuccessful. I'm going to ask a bit of a leading question. Drop in the chat box. Have you ever been nervous before delivering a presentation for work or for personal reasons? Drop a yes if you've ever been nervous before delivering a presentation, or that maybe you've had to prepare a presentation for work or for personal life. Yeah, beautiful, Eileen. Awesome. So for me, I would have to say when I first started public speaking, I absolutely hated it. I don't know if you can relate, but in high school, I absolutely hated public speaking. Wasn't my cup of tea, right? Hated it, avoided it at all costs, right? But back in 2009, I made a decision and I decided to take some action and I'm like, I've got to get over this, right? So I went off to a public speaking course back in 2009 and there were 200 people in the room and the course went for 6 days, right? And we basically 200 people in the room, ANZ Stadium, and the course started at 8 a.m. in the morning and went till 7 o'clock at night. 6 days of presenting, and we would watch the presenter on stage deliver. Then we would like learn the skill. Then we would go out and we would present our topic to 5 people, then get feedback, and then we would go back in the room and learn a new skill and go back out and practice it. Drop in the chat box. Would you agree that could be a little bit stressful and a little bit intense if you were doing that for 6 days straight? Drop a yes if you would agree that could be a little bit intense if you were doing that for 6 days straight there. Yeah, beautiful. So for me, it was intense, right? And there were a lot of people that didn't make it through that 6 days there. But there was something that the trainer shared with us on day 2.5, I think, if not morning of the third. And he shared these empowering beliefs that transformed my thinking and helped me get through the course, so to speak. All right. And the first belief that he shared was number one, there is no such thing as a perfect presentation. There's no such thing as a perfect presentation. Only the presentation that's perfect for that group. And for me, that really unhooked a lot of my thinking because so many times in my life, I was trying to make it perfect, trying to get the script just right, and I was chasing perfection. I don't know if anyone can relate, but I realized no such thing as perfect one. And trying to get it perfect was actually preventing me from being present from my audience. And the trainer said to me that words from the heart will land on the heart. Words from the head will often fall dead. And I realized, The more I script something, the less I'm actually going to connect with my audience, right? So number one, there is no such thing as a perfect presentation. Number two is every presentation is practice for the next. Every presentation is practice for the next. And this was a mind blowout for me because I realized, wow, like 3 weeks ago when I was delivering this workshop, I was actually practicing for the next one. And right now with you guys, I'm actually practicing for my next one and practicing for my next one. And it reminded me there's no such thing as a final presentation. It's just constantly refining and polishing and refining, polishing and refining. Every presentation is practice for the next, right? And that alleviated the idea of, oh, there's only one good job. No, it's practice and practice and practice and practice and practice. Now, number three, really cool one, because I used to run away from public speaking. Number three that was shared with me was, well, suddenly realized, shit, wow, the more I present, the more confident I get. The more I present, the more confident I get. Well, that's kind of weird. The more I do this, the better I seem to get. So I may as well chase after it. The more I present, the better I get at that. That's weird. The more I present, the better I get. The more I present, the better I get. What I would love you to do is drop in the chat box 1, 2, or a 3. Which of these empowering beliefs really stands out to you, and which one do you think could, adopting that one could really help you the most going forward as you train with them? Matt's gone 2, awesome. Daniel's gone 3, nice, 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 nice. I'm gonna wait for everyone to drop their 1, 2, or a 3 in the chat box there for you. Mark's gone 1, awesome. All right, 1 was a game changer for me for sure. Susan, every presentation practice for the next, knowing there's no such thing as a perfect one. Beautiful. Eileen's got 1, awesome. One, awesome. Cool, Alicia, love it. Eileen, Alicia, excellent. Now these empowering beliefs, I actually wrote them on a sticky note, and I used to carry them around with me and remind myself of these. And it used to free me up quite a bit. And I think on day 3 of this workshop, if not definitely on workshop 2, we're going to talk a lot about relieving stress, tension, and nerves, and really putting you in an empowering place whenever you deliver a training, which would be really cool. Now, next thing I just want to share with you is 2 empowering beliefs around learning. 2 empowering beliefs around learning. But before we go any further, drop a yes in the chat box. Do you like these empowering beliefs for presenting? Drop a yes if you like them, because for me, they were an absolute game changer. Beautiful. All right, so next one, we got learning beliefs for a high performance person. Now, this is brand new content, and actually I only came up with it yesterday. But for me, I don't know if anyone wants to admit it, but I am super critical of myself. I really have very high standards for myself, and I always like to make sure I'm doing a really great job. It's just, who I am, how I'm wired, right? And for me, I'm very self-critical. I like to self-reflect a lot, and I'm always kind of beating myself up, right? And one of my mentors and I were chatting yesterday, Sunday morning, and we were kind of discussing because I was really beating myself up about not mastering something or not accelerating my learning quick enough. Other people were learning quicker than me. I was feeling a little bit slow. And he reminded me of these learning beliefs. And I'm like, whoa, that's powerful. And so the first learning belief that he reminded me of was there was a time when I actually couldn't do X because we were doing some stuff and I'm like, oh, this is so hard. And he goes, yeah, but remember that other thing we've been doing? There was actually a time when you couldn't do that. I'm like, whoa, that's true. And suddenly it reminded me how far I'd actually come. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense. But then I actually realized how far I'd actually come over the 5 years that I've been actually doing this thing, right? And then the next one there is there will be a time when I can do X. There will be a time when I can do X, but just not yet, right? And being able to switch back and forth between these beliefs and remind myself, I'm like, oh shit, I'm actually doing okay, excuse the language. Oh wow, if I do this long enough, I'll be okay as well, right? And this really came up to me because I've been doing something for 5 years and compared myself to someone else. And they're like, my mentor said, stop it. Own your own journey. Stop looking to other people. And just drop a J in the chat box if that kind of makes sense, that you've got to own your own journey. You can't judge your journey based on other people, right? And that really hit me hard in the face yesterday. And I did a video about it and uploaded it to YouTube, and it was a really good one. But for me, it was like, well, I'm frustrated, but there was a time when I actually couldn't do that right now, what I'm doing. And this thing, yeah, there will be a time when I'll be able to do X, right? And so, yeah, it was a mind blow for me then. All right, so up till now, we've had a chat about fixed and growth mindset. We talked about 3, 10, and 100. We've talked about that when you're stressed, you'll often go into the fixed mindset there. Talked about the temporal shifts, and we've talked about the let me come back here, the empowering beliefs for a great trainer there. What I'd love you to do is drop in the chat box, covered a few things there. Drop in the chat box what's one thing that's been mentioned that's really stood out to you. Could be anything at all. And I'm just going to give you a moment to do that. And it could be the learning beliefs, could be anything at all. Drop it in. And what do we got? Awesome, folks. So let me say it a different way. Go ahead, drop in the chat box. What's one thing that has been covered so far that's really stood out to you? It could be the 3, 10, the 100. It could be the empowering beliefs. It could be the learning beliefs. It could be the growth mindset, fixed mindset. Drop in the chat box. What's one thing that's really stood out to you so far? Growth mindset. Love it, Parkley. And you guys can kind of pick each other out and go, that's a bit of fixed mindset. Oh, that's some growth mindset. I'm liking it. So you can even print those slides off. Change of mindset. Very cool, Mark. Very cool. Mindset. Awesome, Eileen. Definitely broke the rules too early in the past. Love it, man. Love it, love it, love it. And there's a lot of Bruce Lee quotes that we can all think of, but there's just, yeah, we find that, in workshop 2, I am literally going to give you the exact formula for delivering a training session. And people go, oh, can I shift this and can I shift that? I'm like, well, yeah, you can, but only after you've used it 100 times. Because there's certain distinctions that you get after delivering it 100 times that you won't know if you change it up too early, right? So, yeah, believe in yourself. Very cool, Corey. Love it. Yeah, and own your journey. Don't judge your journey based on other people. Change your mindset. Very cool, Alicia. Very cool. All right, today's a lot about how you can develop as a trainer. And not yet in a moment, we're going to have a look at some exceptional books that you can actually read and go through. Awesome. Love it, folks. So, the learning beliefs you confident in, yeah, nice, nice, Susan. And the irony is that confidence comes from competence. Confidence comes from competence. Confidence comes from competence. And just so that we can lock that in, let's go C from C. Let's lock that in there. So confidence comes from competence. All right. So nobody is competent. Sorry, no one is confident public speaking until they've actually done it and realize they didn't die. All right. That's what you think. But no one can feel confident to ride a horse until they actually get on the horse and ride the horse, right? Don't expect me to be confident delivering on Zoom until I've actually delivered on Zoom and not died, right? So we need to appreciate confidence comes from competence. And people often run away from a task because they're like, oh, I can't public speak because I'm not confident. Well, confidence comes from competence, and competence comes from bad experiences, making mistakes and learning from them there. All right. So what I'd love you to do is, if you're taking notes, which I'm sure that you are, go ahead, just on your notepad, if you just write a list of the word books, that would be epic. If you just write the word books, that would be great. All right. So and also in relation to that, we've got ways to learn and grow as a trainer then. All right. So we got record yourself on video. You can certainly do that. And got read books and watch videos of great trainers. We've got study things like psychology, coaching, motivation, become an empathetic listener, all of that fun stuff there. Study NLP, and you can do a course in coaching, do a course in public speaking, and I can certainly recommend a great company for you to do that. Next, last of all, stay curious, longer self-reflection, and later we'll talk about how to do self-reflection. But the books that I want to encourage you to check out is number one, Never Split the Difference. All right. One of the most recommended books that will change your life. Drop a yes or a no in the chat box if you've ever read that book, Never Split the Difference. Drop a yes or a no if you've ever read the book, Never Split the Difference. No, cool. All right. Cool. So I'd love to say, I'd love to say for homework, go home and order it. And there's certainly students that have done that, which has been great. But for me, Never Split the Difference totally opened up a brand new paradigm about what's called empathy there. And there's actually 9 core skills that Never Split the Difference talk about. And Chris Voss is an FBI hostage negotiator. And he talks about there's 9 core skills that he used in hostage negotiating that you can take into the business world and also take into the online training delivery world. And really recommend that book. Transformed my marriage, transformed my career, and certainly landed my job here at Spec Training. So really, really great book. Highly recommend that you get it. And I've had students that have like dived deep into it and got amazing results. Next one is Mastery by Robert Greene. Definitely a thick book, but it's going to get you thinking about what does it actually take someone to master something. Next, Rise of Superman by Stephen Kotler. And it's a great book on how to get into an optimal state. And, it's based on people that do X Games or like BMX or X, like the Red Bull thing. And it's a really great book on how to get into an optimal state, stay in it, and really operate in that flow state. All right. Next, The Talent Code by Daniel Coyle, and what it actually takes to become a genius, be a genius, and all of that. Switch by Chip Heath, and that book is about how to create change within societies, changing societies. Last of all is Ultimate Learning by Scott Young, and that is a book on how to help people learn and learn even faster. And that Scott Young is someone that actually did a TED Talk on mastering languages, and he did a challenge where he mastered a new foreign language within 3 months. Right? And he talks about how he did that in a book there. So again, Never Split the Difference, Mastery, Rise of Man, Talent Code, Switch, Ultra Learning. I'm going to be naughty. I'm going to ask you a very direct question. Go ahead, drop in the chat box, which book do you think you may potentially check out and go and read, buy, or download or check out there, folks? Which one will it be for you? One, very cool, very cool. I wish I was getting royalties, but I'm not. I just, and Chris Voss actually got a second book that I'm reading at the moment, which is really cool. Mastery, very nice, very nice. Now, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Later on today, we're actually going to be filling out what's called a PD plan, a professional development plan. So these books that we've got listed here, highly likely that you'll probably want to list at least 1 or 2 of these books. So highly likely, you probably want to take a photograph, or highly likely at least write 1 of the books down. That'll be really cool. So next book that we're going to quickly chat about is this book here by Michelle Bowden. And if I can be completely honest, there's not that many books out there on how to present or how to train. I myself have got a book that I'm currently writing that will come out this year. But this book, How to Present, is a book that I'd highly recommend. That it does go through structures of presentation, how to get set up, how to take questions, and all of these basic fundamental stuff here that you guys would know, but it's going to give you a great structure and framework. And in the TA, we certainly cover a lot, but this is great, handbook to have by your side there. So books on presenting, how to present, great book. Check it out, Michelle Bowden. I've got it, and I recommend it to every single student I come across. And I know all the content in there. I've read it quite a few times, and it's validated a lot of what I already know and what I already do. But it's a good level to check out there. So how to present, and you can go to Amazon and get it. I can't remember how much it is, but I highly recommend. So that is a really cool thing. So now, next I'm going to ask you about assessors and assessing. And let me just drop in the word assessing. What I would love you to do is drop in the chat box, what's one way that you potentially could develop your assessing skills? What's one way you can develop your assessing skills? So with training, we kind of mentioned self-reflection. What's one way you can develop your skills as an assessor? Active listening, very cool, Matt, very cool. Eyes. Okay, cool. Eyes. Yeah, subject knowledge. Very cool. Very cool. I like it. Exposure. Ooh, Daniel, my man. My man. My man. So staying up to date with what's happening in the industry, noticing things, very cool. Very cool. Awesome. So ways to develop as an assessor. So competency, yeah, absolutely, Parkley. And noticing what are other people doing well. So practice. Oh, Susan, love it. So possible answers. We've got notice trends, right? Excuse the typo there. But we've got notice trends, right? What are really effective people doing? What are your mentors doing? What are the current standards, right? Be open to feedback from learners as to how the assessments are going and things like that, and how they found the tasks. Were they too hard, too easy? Whatever. Follow the rules of evidence and principles of assessment. We'll talk about that at a later date in deeper detail on workshop 3 there. But know the AQF levels intimately. We'll talk about the AQF in just a moment. Speak to other assessors, attend moderations and validations. Probably new words for you, and we'll talk about that later. But basically, moderation is when I get together with another trainer and we discuss, I think competent, oh, I think not yet competent, and we agree on the result. Validation is we review the materials that are being used as the assessors, as the assessments. Read the units that you are assessing, probably a good thing to do. And last of all, attend industry updates. Attend industry updates. All right. Now, there is just one thing that I'll quickly share with you, and I'll just get rid of all that there. And let me just drop in what I call the 3 pillars to great assessing. 3 pillars to great assessing. What I'd love you to do is in the chat box, if you just type in RIG for me, RIG. Beautiful, RIG. Awesome, Susan. Cool. So we got RIG there. And I just realized over my time living in Japan and assessing people and training others to actually assess people, I realized that there was 3 fundamental things that an assessor really needed to do. And the first one I want to share with you is called remove. So I don't know if you can relate, but for me, in Japan, I would have to interview students. And before the interview, the secretary would say to me, "Oh, this is Mr. Yamada. Mr. Yamada works at Sony and he speaks English every single day." So, but yes, in the chat box, you would agree that probably hearing that, I might make some assumptions about that student I'm about to interview. I might make some assumptions about that situation, that student, and I might actually change how I actually interview that person, right? I need to make some assumptions, but I need to remove all of that. And right, what happens in training is what happens in training. What happens in assessing is what happens in assessing, right? And we can't take that over. Now, I stands for investigate fully. And in our world, we need 100% competence and we need enough evidence to make a decision. So, for example, if we don't have enough evidence for our candidates or the student's answer isn't long enough, folks, what do? Drop in the chat box. I don't have enough evidence. What do? I ask for what? Folks, drop in the chat box. I ask for, go ahead, drop in the chat box. There's not enough evidence. I need the candidate to give me some more. Give me some more. Awesome, Matt. Love it. So this really comes into play because at the end of the day, assessing is a legal process. Assessing is a legal process. And if you put your hand on the Bible and can't swear that this person is 100% competent, you may be in some hot water there. All right. Now, G stands for give quality. At the end of an assessment, what do we want to give our candidate? We want to give them what, folks? Drop in the chat box. I want to give them quality. What? The F word. See if you guys have already caught it. I want to give them quality. Thank you. Excellent. I want to give them quality feedback. And in order to give quality feedback, there's one magic word that I love to use and I love to include, and I love you to drop in the chat box. It's because. Drop in the chat box because. B-E-C-A-U-S-E. It's the only word I can spell. Because, right? Because I like it. So essentially, if we rewind and dial all the way back to my TAFE example, where I said, or where I was told, good job, well done, I'm like, yeah, thanks, but why? Or, but how, right? So as a learner, you always are craving the reason, right? So I really always encourage people, whenever they're giving feedback, to say, good job, well done, because you had great eye contact with the audience and there was great engagement. Or you got the answer not yet satisfactory because you missed out this criteria. Or great job in your assessment because you covered all the criteria and you mentioned who is the national vet regulator. Drop a yes if you can see the power and impact of using the word because. All right. It's so important, and your learners get frustrated when there is no reason. All right. It's the number one thing that they crave the most there. All right. It's number one thing. Awesome. All right, folks. Fantastic. So we've covered the three pillars to great assessment. All right. We've covered some different ways to develop your skills as assessors. Now, we are coming up to 11:20 there. We're going to take a 5-minute break and we're going to come back at 11:25, folks. 5-minute break starts now. Refresh your brains and your bodies. And I'll see you in 5 minutes' time. Thank you so much. Awesome, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. Drop a P in the chat box. Let me know if you are present and ready to go. Drop a P if you could. Awesome. Thanks, Matt. Awesome. All right, folks. So, as I said earlier today, for me, it's not about what I say that matters. It's what people remember, go away and use is the most important thing that I really care about. So, not yet, but in a moment, you're getting into a breakout room. I'd like you to simply share with your partner, for you personally, what's one thing that we've covered so far that you've written down, taken a note on, that's really stood out to you. It could be anything at all. It could be the book, it could be growth versus fix, it could be anything at all. You're simply going to share with your partner what's one thing that you've written down that's really stood out to you. I'm going to send you to a breakout room and bring you back in about a minute, minute and a half. Very quick debrief. Share with your partner, and I'll bring you back very shortly. Thanks so much, team. Go for it. Awesome, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. Drop in what was one of your key learnings that you shared with your partnership or your group there. Drop in the chat box. What was one of the key learnings that you shared? Go for it, team. Empowering beliefs. Every presentation practice for the next. Very cool, Matt. Very cool. Love it. Confidence brings confidence. Very cool, Daniel. Very cool. Don't expect me to be confident in something I've never done that I've never done. I mean, this is kind of weird, right? Rig, very cool, Parkley. Very cool. Remove assumptions, investigate fully, and give quality feedback. Really cool. No such thing as perfect presentation. There's not. There isn't. All right. Only the one where you've connected at the deepest level, right? And if you have no connection with the audience, but it's been a very scripted presentation, but nobody listens to you, like this, not a successful one. Mental strength, very cool. Resilience, yeah. Being able to be in that growth mindset, very cool. Very cool. Awesome, folks. So now let's come to the vet sector, the vet sector. And what I would love you to do is in the chat box, just type in the word levels for me. Just type in the word levels, Levels. I think that's how you spell it. Levels. If you could just type in the word levels, that'd be great. All right, behavioral change progress, awesome. Yeah, cool, 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 cool. Behavioral change in trainees, excellent. So, levels, right? Now, the reason I got you to type in the word levels is in Australia, we actually have something called the AQF, right? Now, the Australian Qualifications Framework is the education system in Australia. And just so I know that you've got that, just type the word qualifications into the chat box there for me. Qualifications, qualifications, qualifications. Beautiful. It's nothing other than qualifications, right? Don't call it something else. It's qualifications, right? So if I asked you what does AQF stand for, then your response would be Australian Qualifications Framework. Australian Qualifications Framework, right? Because sometimes people think it's something else, but it's not. And I won't even say that because then you'll think it's that, and it's not that. All right. So Australian Qualifications Framework. So here on this chart, we've got certificate 1, 2, 3, 4 diploma and advanced diploma and above that. So drop in the chat box, what number level is this course, folks? What number level is this course? What level number? Beautiful, Matt. Thank you. Awesome. I'm going to wait for a few more people to drop. Beautiful. Good. Excellent work, Susan. Now, drop in the chat box. What level number is a bachelor degree? What level number is a bachelor? Beautiful, Matt. Nailed it. What level number is a PhD? PhD. PhD. Pretty huge. Dragon. PhD is a 10. Excellent work there, right? So we've got, these are the different places that different things are taught here in Australia, which is really cool. And I'm now going to ask, though, a bit of a question, because in Australia, in high schools, you will often find that a lot of certificate 2s, 3s, and 4s are taught. And even now on the Gold Coast, we have a lot of high schools that are teaching a diploma level course. But sometimes students struggle in grade 11 and 12 doing a diploma. Why do you think, drop in the chat box, why do you think doing a diploma for a grade 11 or 12 student might be a little bit challenging for them? What do you think could be a major challenge? Like, what are they lacking? What are they lacking a little bit there? Drop in the chat box, what are they lacking? Big way to say it, but anyway. Maturity, possibly. Life experience, possibly. Support, very cool, Susan. Yeah. Experience, very cool. Very cool. Knowledge, yeah. I would say most of all, it's going to be all of those things. And also, what I would say is a real life context. I don't know if you'd agree with that or not, but basically what all those students struggle with is they don't have a context for actually how to put it into practice, or they don't have an experience of having put it into practice. So if a high school student's doing a unit on leadership, they're like, well, what is that? And I haven't really experienced much of that, or even a safety unit. If they don't have an actual workplace they're working in, it's kind of hard for them to actually relate to the content they're going through. Drop a yes in the chat box, that kind of makes sense. In my case with my daughter, she recently graduated high school last year, actually. And she was doing a diploma of business, which is cool. But she was very lucky because she was working at McDonald's first of all, and then she got a job at Officeworks. So she was able to do her assessments, but a lot of students really struggled because they had no context, right? And a lot of high schools set up stimulating environments, but again, do they really have the maturity and all of that stuff? So my belief is right age group, right course, right qualification. All right, so just something to think about there. But the Australian Qualifications Framework, what I'd love you to do, go ahead, drop in AQF into the chat box there for me, and let's lock that in. So AQF. Awesome, thank you, Matt. Beautiful. AQF equals the levels. All right. Now, unfortunately, though, many times people are not exactly 100% clear on the expectations for each of the levels, right? So we've got certificate 1 all the way up to diploma here, and we've got the different categories on the left-hand side. We've got knowledge, skills, problem-solving, process, interpretation, responsibility for others. Now, you'd probably agree that if a question's too hard or too easy, it may disadvantage a student. If a question is not at the appropriate level, student may suffer. So what we're going to do now is, not yet in a moment, you guys are going to head into a breakout room. And what I'd love you to do is I'm going to show this into the breakout room. And I'd like you to simply share with your partner What is one major difference that you see between a certificate one and a diploma? Major difference between a cert one and a diploma across any of the areas on the left-hand side there. You're going to head to a breakout room, simply share with your partner what's one major difference that you see, and just have a chat about the chart, and I'll bring you back in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Go for it, team. Adrian, is everyone behaving in your room there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, lock them up if they don't. Just kidding. Excellent. Welcome back, team. Welcome back as we wait a few more seconds there. Awesome. Welcome back, team. I am coming over to Matt, first of all. Matt, if you could unmute yourself and share in your group, what did you discover? What did you share that you saw was a difference between a certificate one and a diploma, or a certificate, diploma? Go for it.
We summed it up pretty much with complexity. So, for the first row, it just talks about a narrow range of knowledge for Cert 1, and then it talks about a broad knowledge base for a diploma. And if you go down each row, it's essentially it's a difference in the complexity as you move up the qualification number.
Very cool. Very cool. Complexity, great way to put it. Love it. I'm coming over to Eileen. Eileen, if you can unmute yourself and share with the group, what did you guys discover in your little mini group there? Eileen, what did you notice the difference in a Cert 1 and a diploma? Eileen, if you want to share.
So Cert 1 is very basic, practical. It probably helps you with your job. First step to bigger things. Certificate 2 is a step up. Learn more things, a larger range of stuff. Cert 3 goes one step further, and it applies the skills you have brought with you from, let's say, Cert 1 and Cert 2. You got more experience in what you do, more life skills. Cert 4, you have a broader understanding. It's a step up. And that diploma, now you got an understanding of a broad base of concepts, and you can transfer that to what you do, basically.
Very cool. I love it. Really cool. Really great summary of each of the levels there. And great comment there by Susan. Responsibility is a huge one there, and it changes along the continuum. So what I would love you to do is grab a pen and get ready to write, because what I would love to do is share with you a model or a way that you can memorize the AQF in about 30 seconds, if that would be okay with you. But you'd probably agree that if questions are too hard, student suffers. If questions too easy, student eventually will suffer as well. But we need to make sure, I'm just going to do that. We need to make sure that we match our training and assessing to the level. All right. And we need to make sure there is no mistraining or misassessing. And what I would love you to do is just write down the word coffee. And I'm just going to do that. Cool. So I'd love you to just type in the chat box the word coffee for me. Don't worry, I'm not a huge fan of coffee, but it's just an easy, simple way to memorize these things and lock it into the memory there. So I'd like you to think about a coffee shop. I'd like you to think about a coffee shop. And this is not going to be exact, but just flow with it. It's a bit of a metaphor and a simple way to explain things. So cert 1, we have make the coffee. All right, so cert 1, make the coffee. So long black, short black, macchiato, whatever. Cert 1, make the coffee, right? Then we got cert 2, we've got make the coffee to preferences. Make the coffee to preferences. So maybe hot water, cold water, all the different varieties that you've got going on with the coffee there. Then cert 3, we've got fix the coffee machine. Fix the coffee machine. So we at cert 3 level are looking to troubleshoot or problem solve. So cert 3, troubleshoot or problem solve. And we may be wanting to fix the coffee machine, maybe deal with an upset customer. Cert 1 and 2 is going to be supervised. Cert 3, we're looking at unsupervised them. Cert 4, we are looking at train and supervise coffee shop staff. Train and supervise coffee shop staff. All right. Then we've got diploma, which is manage and grow the shop. Manage and grow the shop. Manage and grow the shop. Drop a yes in the chat box. That kind of makes sense. So cert 1, make the coffee. Cert 2, make the preferences. And cert 3, fix the problems they come up. Cert 4, train other people. And diploma is focused on the organization. Cert 4 is focused on the team, so to speak. The team. It's all about the team at cert 4. It's all about the team and influencing others, right? So let's run through a quick example. So Matt's got some clarity, but I'll wait for some other people maybe writing that down there. So, all right, beautiful. All right, so let's run through a quick example. I am a business owner. And I need to hire some staff. We're going away for a holiday here. Business owner, and I need someone to answer the phone and take messages. Just answer the phone, take messages. What level do I want them to be, folks? Drop in the chat box. Just answer the phone, take messages. That's all they need to do. Drop in the chat box. We want what, folks? Drop in the chat. Just answer the phone, take some messages. Answer the phone, take some messages. That's it. Hello. Beautiful. Thank you. Absolutely won there, right? Now, that's cool. We got some answer the phone, take messages. Now, I need somebody else to basically respond to limited inquiries or basic inquiries, and I'm going to give them some templates on how to respond. Also, I need them to do some basic filing and alphabetical order of files. Alphabetical order of files, I need some responding on emails, but just using templates. And that's pretty much it. Maybe they need to pass on some messages to the right people there. Right? Awesome. We got some 2 going on there. Now, next thing, I'm just going to drop a page break in there. I need somebody to open the office, close the office. I need somebody to fix the photocopier when it breaks. And I need somebody to be able to accept deliveries. Now, this person is not going to be supervised, and maybe they need to look after the money at the office as well there. Drop in the chat box, what do we say, folks? Open the office, close the office, fix the bloody photocopier, and all of that. And maybe they even need to, yeah, Alicia, we're not going there yet. We'll stay on the 3 there. Awesome. Now, bit of a trick one. COVID happened. COVID happened. I need somebody to go off and do the research, and I need somebody to write policies and procedures based on legislation. And I need somebody to write the policies and procedures, write the policies and procedures, write the policies and procedures based on legislation. What would we say, folks? Go ahead. Policies and procedures. Policies and procedures. What level do you want? Thank you, Parkley. Absolutely, diploma. And everyone else drop that diploma word in there, folks. Awesome. All right, so write policies and procedures. Now, I need somebody to train the staff on the policies and procedures for COVID. And I need somebody to stand at the door and take everybody's temperature. What would it be, folks? Beautiful. Level 4. All right, excellent. Now, that's the office environment. Now let's go to a mine site context. Now, it's going to be a little bit weird, it's going to be a little unusual, but play along. So, mine site. I need somebody to grab a shovel and dig a hole. I need someone to grab a shovel and dig a hole. Drop in the chat box, grab a shovel, dig a hole. Beautiful. Susan, Matt, all over it. Beautiful. I need somebody to be able to drive a truck and maybe one other piece of equipment, or maybe 2 or 3 other pieces of equipment. Maybe like they can drive a truck and they can drive a piece of equipment. Drop in the chat box, maybe 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Beautiful, Matt, nailed it. Now, next one. Bit of trick one here. I need somebody to be able to change a tire on a forklift. That's weird. And change a tire on a truck or change a tire on a something. Beautiful. Susan's nailed it. Nailed it. Awesome. Now, I need somebody to be able to sit in the caravan or sit in the office environment with aircon and plan the mining operation. Plan the mining operation. Plan the mining operation and plan it at a huge scale. Thank you, Parkley. Absolutely. I need somebody to deliver the toolbox talks or the safety briefings. Toolbox talks, toolbox talks, toolbox talks. Awesome. Cert 4, diploma. And Cert 4, and then we got the higher level diploma. Excellent. Now, bit of a leading question here, folks, but is the AQF starting to make a little bit more sense to you now as we've gone through these examples? Drop a yes or a no. It's starting to make a little bit more sense for you as we've got these office environments, the mine site, with the coffee shop, and all of it going on here. Right? So Cert 3, it's the start of someone working unsupervised. Cert 2, supervised, right? And, back on the mine side, the Cert 3 person can be the mentor. They can be a mentor, but they can't be an official trainer. And the Cert 4 person can be an official trainer. Yeah. All right. So Cert 1, Cert 2, Cert 3, Cert 4, and diploma. All right. This is what I call the coffee shop analogy, and will really help you out there. All right. So up till now, we have covered quite a few things here. We've covered the growth fixed mindset. We've covered empowering beliefs. We have covered learning beliefs. We have covered the AQF Australian qualification framework, right level, right age group, right course. We've covered what else? We covered 310, 100. We covered 19 and 64. We covered the difference between training and education. We covered the job of a trainer. We have covered, it's not what I say that matters, it's what people remember. That's the most important thing there, folks. So we've covered quite a bit. We've looked at the difference, the AQF levels and AQF Australian qualifications framework there. So not yet, but we're actually going to head off to lunch, all right? And when we come back, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into vet qualifications and all that stuff there. And we're going to look at some various websites and all that. But this morning, it's all about laying the foundation so that we've got a framework to lay things onto and really think about what is quality training and how do we make it work. So on that note, by my clock, it's coming up to 11:48 there, close enough to 11:50. So we're going to take a break and I will see you back here at 12:50. 12:50, that'll give you enough time to find it, eat it, enjoy it, and come back on time. If that's clear for you and you recognize the time, drop a yes in the chat box and I will see you back here at 12:50. Thank you so much, folks. Back at 12:50. Awesome. All right, see you very shortly. Mark? Mark, in your case, is it short for Marcus, or is it just regular old Mark like me? It's even better if you unmute yourself, but yes.
Yes, that makes sense, doesn't it?
It does, it can help a little bit, but you may like talking to the wall, I don't know. Yes.
Just regular Mark, mate.
Oh, nice, just like me. Yes, my dad liked the Canadian or the French spelling for some reason, and yeah, just ended up with a C.
Yeah, that's. I still don't even know why to this day my parents did it, but yeah, it
Oh,
stuck.
yes, they certainly cursed me with having to correct everyone when they write it the wrong way.
Yeah, or when you got to put your name on an official document, you end up say with the C, and they go, all right.
Yeah. Or the other one I get is Mark Miles, and it's like Myles. It's like no.
Yeah.
Or the other fun one is I get called Miles, and it's like no, my name's not Miles. Anyway, yeah, people pick up differently. But my
Mark with
birthday
the-
was actually something else. So yeah, so someone just said something.
I was going to say Mark with a C, CARC.
Yeah, I get that, or dog, or I get called Mark, dog with a hair lip or something.
There you go. There you go.
There's many things I've been called over the years, so
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Yes.
I get that all the time.
That
We
one
can
I
be
don't
your
actually
Funky
mind.
Bunch.
That one I don't mind. Because the guy that was in that Funky Bunch was a pretty, decent bloke. Mark Wahlberg there. But that was my nickname in high school, so there you go.
Mm.
But my birth last name was actually Thompson. And it was spelt without a P, so I would have to tell them about the no P and have to mention the C. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Well, welcome back, team. Welcome back. Drop a P in the chat box if you are present, ready to go, and if you've possibly eaten something over lunchtime now. So drop a P in the chat box. Excellent. Thank you. All right. Fantastic. All right, just for the fun of it, drop what did you have for lunch in the chat box? What did you have for lunch? And if you have something boring, make it up and make it sound good. So in my case, I had Subway. Go ahead, drop in. What did you have for lunch, folks? What did you have for lunch? If you had a tuna and potato sandwich, it's a little bit weird, but maybe you had prawns and scallops. I don't know. Amanda's had coffee. There you go. Maybe she was inspired by all the coffee examples. Everyone drop in the chat box. Maybe you had a ham and cheese sandwich. Never know. Hungry Jacks, oh my man, one of my absolute favorites there, Matt. I love it. Awesome snag rolls, very good, very good. I wonder what they served up there at Park Lee. Awesome. All right, cool. As people drop in their lunch into the chat box now. So, not yet, but in a moment, earlier today, as I mentioned to you, it's not what they say that matters, it's cheese, ham, and toasted. Very cool, very cool. Thank you so much, Susan. So, as I said earlier today, it's not what I say that matters, it's what people remember. And a big focus, a huge focus about when I train, and a tuna sandwich, very cool. And my focus is all about retention, and ultimately getting people to remember content, right? And eventually that'll become your focus as well. And eventually you get to a stage where you don't want to let people leave your presence until you are 100% sure that they know what you've been teaching them. Alicia, hopefully your camera's okay. Alicia, hopefully you're with us there. But what we're going to do now, we're going to do a quick activity to lock in those thoughts that we've had so far today. And we're going to do a number of different types of review activities as we travel through the course. But what we're going to do now, you're going to look at your notes, and you are actually going to create a question and drop it in the chat box. Now, the question that you create could be something like, how often are training packages updated, right? Or it could be how many times does someone need to do something for accuracy? Could be any question at all. It could be a question such as, what is another mindset apart from growth mindset, right? Could be any question at all. You're going to look at your notes. You're going to create a question. Could be any difficulty level, and you're going to drop it in the chat box, and we're just going to see what you create. Now, in order to create the question, you actually need to know the answer there, folks. So go ahead, look at your notes, create a question, and then drop it in the chat box there for me if you could. Please drop in your question. Could be any question at all, but in order to make the question, you kind of need to know the answer. So, and by the question, I'll know if you know what you're talking about there. So drop in the chat box, what's the question based on anything at all that we've covered so far today? Anything at all. Could be, yeah, like what could you expect? Oh, Matt, my man, what a great question. What an epic question. I love it. In a coffee shop, what could you expect someone at Cert 3 level to be able to do? That could be a great question. Alicia's just fallen out, so we'll get her back in there. What is the job of a trainer? Mark, excellent question there. Excellent. And I'm not talking to myself. Excellent. What is rig? Very cool, Parkley. I like it. I like it. Are training and education the same? What an epic question. I like it, Eileen. Very cool question. Very cool. Okay, not sure what that means. Not sure if that's a question or not there, Susan. Maybe a question such as, what's a belief that can help you when present? Or what's a good belief for learners when learning? Does this empower me and empowering others learners? Cool. Not sure what the question is there, but maybe a question could be, what is a belief to have when presenting? That could be a good question. Cool. Just gonna wait a little bit longer. Yeah, very good. Awesome. What's the trainer's job? Excellent. Love it. No dramas at all. We're going to acquire a couple of repeated questions there, and that's okay. I'll just give you some other prompters there. We could have, for example, what's the difference between a growth mindset and a fixed mindset? Certainly a question there. How many times someone needs to do something unsupervised before they could do it? Another question could be like, how many times does someone need to do something before they're allowed to break the rules? That could be a question. Let's see, what else have we got? What is one empowering belief? Go ahead. What I'd love you to do is please drop in one more question that would relate to the content that we've covered so far today. I just want to have a little bit more juice in the system there, because we're about to use this as we go into the next activity. So if you go ahead, drop in one more question that comes to mind. What else? Is compliance important in the vet sector? Could be one. What does the Q stand for in AQF? That could be a question. What is the AQF? That could be a question. So I want to have one more from each person, if we could, please. That'd be great. What is 19 is 63? Okay, cool. 64. Yeah, I was a bit worried there. Awesome. Love it. Cool. What does 19 and 64 relate to? Awesome. Sure. Faster people drop in their question, the quicker we move on there, folks. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Awesome. I like what I'm saying. Oh, Susan, what an epic question. What a great question. I love it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Awesome. Yeah, nice one, Mark. Nice one. Very cool. Very cool. What a great question there by Daniel. That is an awesome one. And that could certainly, and that definitely comes from behavioral change stairway. Very cool. Awesome, folks. So what we're going to do now is you are going to scroll up and you're actually going to pick one of the questions and you're going to answer the question based on what you know there, folks. But go ahead, drop in the answer to one of the questions. Could be any of the questions, and you could end up picking the same question as someone else. That's totally fine. But go ahead, drop in your answer to one of the questions that you see above there. You go ahead and do that now. That would be amazing. Go ahead, do that now. Just scroll up and go, yeah, oh, that question, I love it. I'm just going to answer it. And by your answer, we should know what you're talking about, hopefully. Yeah, very cool, Matt. Very cool. Yeah, very cool, Daniel. Very cool. Ooh, Park Lee, nailed it. Very cool. Remove assumptions, investigate fully, give quality feedback, and include that magic because I like it. Very cool, Daniel. Very cool. Yeah, very cool, Susan. How do you make sure it aligns? Use the AQF matrix. And in workshop 3, we actually look at ways that we rewrite our questions or write our questions to make sure it aligns to the level, which is really cool. Which is really cool. Awesome. I'm liking what people are dropping in here. Very cool. All right. And I'll just wait for one more reply. Beautiful. Good job, team. Good job. All right, cool. So, as always, it's all about retention. It's always about remembering the content. And one thing that we'll look at is different ways that we can make that happen and different review activities. But for the purposes of now, what I'd love you to do is just in your notepad, wherever you're taking notes, if you just write down the heading, how I know someone can do it. How I know someone can do it. And I'm just going to certainly remove that there. And how I know someone can do it. How I know someone can do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to cover a concept in the vet sector called the dimensions of competency. All right, that was a bit of a weird way to say it, but dimensions of competency is basically answering the question of how do I know that someone can do it? All right, and whatever the task is, basically in the world of the vet sector, there's 4 criteria that we use. Sometimes there's 5. There's 4 criteria that we use to judge whether someone can do it. Just so I know that you got that, just type in the number 4 into the chat box there for me, if you could, please. Just type in 4 into the chat box there for me. Awesome. All right, so we've got 4 there, and we are going to go through what are called the dimensions of competency. And we've got, first of all, task skills. The second one is task management skills. And number 3 here is contingency management skills. And then number 4, we have job role / environment. If I can spell it. All right, so job role or environment. So task skills, task management skills, contingency management skills, job role or environment. All right. So these are the 4 ways that we would know somebody can do something. All right. So essentially, this is going to be built into our training. It's going to be built into our assessing as well. These are the 4 ways. Now, I'm going to break them down for you and give you a bit of a definition for each of these criteria here. So I'm going to use the example of forklift, right? And I've never driven one, so I'm going to be making stuff up and just be okay with that and just flow with the terrible example I'm about to give you, right? So task skill will basically be getting into the forklift and driving it from point A to point B and getting the task done, or having the skills to do the task there. Task management. So let me just add this here. So drive from point A to point B. Right? So simplistic terms there. Task management skill would be, so do it while other things are happening. Right? So before we drive the forklift, well, we're probably going to do a pre-start. And also, after we drive the forklift, there's maybe things that we do to pack it down or put it away, so to speak. And also, when we're driving the forklift, maybe there's other things going around or going along that we need to be aware of, and we need to be able to manage what's happening around us. Kind of like multitasking there. Contingency management skills is know what to do if something goes wrong. All right, so I'll drop that down. So know what to do if something goes wrong. Okay. So basically, if there's a flat tire or you crash into a wall, knowing what to do, that would fall into the category of contingency management skills. All right. Job role or environment, being able to do it in different environments. So maybe you can drive the forklift inside the warehouse and outside the warehouse, outside in the forest. That's a little bit weird, but anyway. So we've got task skill, do it. Task management skill, prepare for it, finalize it, and do it when other things are going on. Contingency management, know what to do if something's gone wrong. Job role, do it in multiple different places. All right. Drop a yes in the chat box because that kind of makes sense there with that framework. And if we were, in a retail environment, or if it was a telephone, yeah, awesome. So for the telephone, task skill, answer the phone. All right, so pick it up, put it next to your ear, right? Task management skill would be maybe answering the phone while other things are going on. Just waiting for a few more yeses there. I'm just a little bit worried that people are not understanding this. So I'll go through a few more examples. So you're going to pick up the phone, you're going to speak on it. Task management skill, being able to talk on it while other things are going on. Contingency management, what to do if the phone is broken. All right, that'd be a bit of an issue. And job role or environment, being able to answer the phone at different workplaces to make sure that, you're competent in answering that telephone there. All right. So if we went to a mine site, maybe it's driving the truck. Task skill, actually, let's go with changing a tire. Task skill, change the tire. Task management skill, having all the equipment set up, have the jack, being able to change it. Task management skill. Yeah, so changing the tire, having all the equipment, setting it up and packing it down. Contingency management, maybe changing the tire when it's raining and something goes wrong and, maybe the jack is broken then. Job role environment, being able to change the tire in the garage and change the tire outside on the dirt road. All right, so we've got basically 4 criteria that we use to make sure someone is competent, can do the task there. All right, so those are called the dimensions of competency. And what I would love you to do, just drop in the chat box there the word dimension of competency. Straight in the word dimension. That's all we need, dimension. Let's just lock that in our memories, that dimension. Awesome. All right, we can go into a lot more detail with dimensions of competency, but if you just remember those 4 criteria, you're pretty much good to go there. Now, if you look on some websites, you may find that it's got 5, other places will say 4, but at this point, 4 is good for me. Awesome. Now, let me just clear that. Hopefully you've written those down, but cool. So that's cool. So now let's look at the vet sector and let's unpack it a little bit, because the vet sector can sometimes seem a little bit complicated. And let's clarify it. Let's make it super simple for everyone. So we have things called training packages. We have things called qualifications, and we have things called the units of competency. All right. And yeah, awesome. Thanks, Susan. So in our world of the vet sector, we have training packages. Within that, we have qualifications. Within that, we have units of competency. Okay, so a training package, you could have, for example, the hospitality training package. All right. You can have the corrections training package. You could have the public safety training package. You could have the business services training package. You could have the training and assessment. Let's rewind. Training and education training package, aka the TAE. Right? Now, as part of those training packages, we have qualifications. Now, let's just step back for a second. What is a training package? Well, it is agreed upon standards for that industry. Right? And later we'll look at the vet organizations and who creates what and all that fun stuff. But basically, there is an organization that looks after different industries training. All right. And we'll certainly look at those organizations shortly. But basically, we've got training packages. As part of that, you've got qualifications. Now, in this case, we have the TAE, and you guys are undertaking the 40122 Certificate 4 in Training and Assessment. All right. Cool. So, now, as part of that qualification, there's going to be a number of units that people complete, all right? And in the world of units, we have things called core and elective units, all right? So core units and elective units. And these things are called the packaging rules, all right? So every qualification has a different number of units that must be completed. And for the TAE, you may or may not be aware, but in total, we have 12 units that must be completed. Okay, so we have training packages. As part of that, you've got a qualification with Cert 1, 2, 3, 4 diploma, whatever it may be, in hospitality, leadership management, or whatever it may be, sports. And then as part of that, you've got units of competency. If you complete all the units, then you attain a qualification. Just drop a yes in the chat box. That kind of makes sense to you so far, right? So you got overall training packages, groups of things, and as part of that, you got a qualification. If you complete a number of units, yeah, you end up with a qualification, and you need to be marked competent for all of those units there. All right. So there is a magical website that we go to, so training.gov.au. That's a website that we're going to look at in just a moment, and we are going to have a look at what does that actually contain, and let me just find it there. All right, so okay, so I'll drop the link into the chat box there for you. And if you want to follow along on my screen, that's fine. If you want to click on it on your end, you certainly can and follow along that way as well. But just drop a yes in the chat box if you can see the website. It says training.gov.au. Yeah, awesome. Alrighty, so this is the website that we come to in order to find all the training packages, all the qualifications, and all the units of competency. All right. So if you're wondering what is in the training package that relates to your industry, well, you come here. All right. So we're going to look at a couple of examples, and the first one that I'm going to show you is the Certificate 3 in Business. Certificate 3 in Business. I'm going to drop the link in there, and you can certainly click on that on your end. If you've got two screens, that may be a good way to do it. Otherwise, you can just look at my screen. That's totally fine. So Certificate 3 in Business, just a couple of things I want to highlight. So the name of the training package is Business Services Training Package, and BSB stands for Business Services, right? Now, we got 3012. All right. So, folks, drop in the chat box. We got 30120. What do you think the 3 might relate to in this code here? What do you think the 3 might relate to? Yeah, beautiful, Matt. It's the Cert 3. So it's going to relate to the AQF level. Perfect, Susan. AQF level. All right, so each of the codes actually means something, and you can certainly unpack and get some great details there. Now, what do you think the 20 relates to? Folks, drop in the chat box. What do you think the 20 relates to? Yeah, nice work, Matt. Nice work. Nice work. Yeah, beautiful, Aileen. That's exactly right. So year that it was kind of released is the simplest way to think about it there. All right. So what release number is this one, folks? Drop in the chat box. What release number is it? It's on the screen, but it's been a leading question, but an obvious question. Yeah, thanks, Matt. So we're going to come down and we're going to check out what's called the packaging rules. Packaging rules. So on my screen or your screen, if you're following along, how many units in total must be completed for the Certificate 3 in business? How many units in total must be completed? 13. Awesome. Matt and Mark are our only contestants at this point, folks. So I'd like to encourage all of you, please drop a 13 in the chat box so nobody gets left behind and we lock in these learnings. Awesome. All right, so we got 6 core and 7 electives. Cool. All right, so now let's check out our next one. Let's go with, awesome, Susan, thank you. All right, so next one that we're going to look at is the Cert 3 in hospitality. All right, Cert 3 in hospitality. Now, if you're playing along at home, feel free to scroll down, but how many units must be completed for the Cert 3 in hospitality? Drop in the chat box. How many units? Yeah, good work, team. Good work. Yeah, nice. Awesome. And a bit of a naughty question, but how many core, folks? How many core for the Certificate 3 in hospitality? How many core? Nice. And a bit of a naughty question, but how many electives? How many electives? Yeah, nice work, team. Nice work. All right, cool. Let's go to our next one, which will kind of relate to some people in this room. And just need to get rid of that. All right, so we've got Certificate 3 in correctional practice. All right, cool. So, without me revealing, scroll down and let's see if anyone can tell me how many units must be completed. Well, nearly gave it away. Yeah, nice work, team. Nice work. Parkley would be all over it, I am sure. All right. So now let's come to our next unit, which is or the next qualification, which is the Certificate 2 in underground word I can't say, mining. All right, so Cert 2 in blah blah. Let's check out what that may be. Cert 2 in something mining. So let's scroll down and see what the packaging rules say. Yeah, nice, nice. In total, though, folks, in total, how many units? Yeah, nice, Susan. Awesome. Nice. Awesome. So next one that we're going to look at is Certificate 4 in project management. Project management. So go ahead, check out Cert 4 in project management. Nice. Awesome. So hopefully it's starting to make sense that in order to complete that qualification, you need to complete that many units, right? Now, regardless of what RTO you go to, the cores are going to be exactly the same. The electives are our opportunity as an RTO, or you as an RTO, to be able to choose what units that you want to put together to match that audience's requirements or needs, right? So electives allow flexibility when you are building your training program. Hopefully that makes sense there. So if you go to an RTO, all the cores, what RTO you go to will be exactly the same that you undertake. The electives will be a little bit different, and depending on the cohort that you train to, maybe there's different options that you look at to put together your program there. But you must always, always, always follow the packaging rules in order to put together your program. All right. So just so I know that you got there, just type the word core into the chat box there and let's lock in that learning, core and elective. But just drop in the word core there and let's lock that in. So core, C-O-R-E, core. Beautiful, good work, team. All right, so we got the packaging rules, core and electives then. Okay, and beautiful. All right, so now let's check out the next segment, which is how to read a unit of competency or what a unit is, right? Now, the unit I'm going to quickly explain to you is a very generic unit, and we've got this unit called Make Presentations. Make Presentations, and hopefully you can see that on your screen there, and I'm going to drop the link into the chat box there for you if you want to follow along, and that would be great if you did. But this unit, going to ask a bit of a leading question about this code here. The BSB, that relates to the Business Services Training Package. What do you think CMM might relate to or might stand for, folks? Drop in the chat box of BSB as a training package. What do you think the CMM might relate to? So drop in the chat box. What do you think it could relate to? Just random guess. What do you think it could stand for? Awesome. And Amanda has come in with the winning answer there, but I want to lock in everyone's knowledge on that. Everyone drop in communication into the chat box there and let's lock that in. So communication. So CMM stands for beautiful. Thank you, folks. Dropping it in. So what we find is that the first three letters of the unit are going, of the unit are going to relate to the training package. The next three letters relate to the area that it relates to, or the module, or the area of specialization. All right. Now, this may or may not always be the case, but what do you think the four could relate to? What do you think the four could relate to? So you got BSB, CMM, 411. What do you think the four could relate to? That's not always the case, but beautiful, Parkley, absolutely. So cert 4, right? So sometimes the first number can relate to the level that it's actually taught at, but not always. And sometimes a unit can be in a multiple different unit or multiple different level situation, right? But just keep in mind that the first number can relate to the level. So let's come down.
Sorry, Mark, just to stop, it might be important to just explain to the group, if you go back up with the AQF level 4 with the new formatting and the unit codes where they have 0, instead of identifying an AQF level, they have the number 0. What do we deliver that unit at? What level do we deliver that unit at? So it might be worth just clarifying because it's in the new format for the training packages.
Cool. It sounds like yeah, go ahead. You can explain, Amanda.
Okay. So those of you that might be familiar with the first aid, sorry, Mark, did you want to just go to the first aid unit?
Yeah, okay.
I just think it's important because the update on the training packages, you'll see this. So just there, can everybody see where it's got the number 0? Yep. So Mark's already indicated that HLT identifies the training package, and then we've got the field sector AID, so it's first aid, and then the 0. When when the AQF level is not identified with new units from the new training package format, you actually need to deliver the unit to the level of the qualification that it sits in. Okay. So it's just something to keep in mind that if you're not sure what AQF level the unit is to be delivered in because it's not identified in the unit code, the unit is delivered to the level of the qualification that it sits in. Does that help, Mark?
Yeah, sure. Awesome. Cool. Thanks, Amanda. Appreciate that. And definitely provide first aid as the unit that we're going to look at later on. Cool. So let's cool. All right, so we have the unit make presentation there, and we have some certain things that we're going to look at. So if you could, I don't know if you've got the link up or not, but I'll drop in the chat box and cool. So we're going to come down and we're going to check out this unit of competency. And as I said, it's a unit that would form part of many different qualifications. And we've got things called elements and performance criteria. And if we come down a little bit further, we've got things that we look at for assessing. But elements of performance criteria is essentially what we train someone to do. So the elements are the steps to do the task. And in this case, I'm not sure if you can see the link or not, or if you can see my screen, but drop in the chat box, folks, how many elements are there? How many elements are there? 3, beautiful, Mark. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So we've got 3 elements, and on the right-hand side, we've got performance criteria. And basically, the performance criteria tell us how we actually perform that element or before we perform the task there. And that is kind of, if we follow that formula, that structure there, we are essentially going to achieve the result of make a presentation. Now, if we come down, we've got foundation skills, and foundation skills are basically the survival skills to be able to do the task, or the language literacy and numeracy task, or the communication skills to do the task, right? And you know, you can certainly look at that in quite a bit of detail, but just be aware that foundation skills are the language literacy and numeracy skills. All right. Then we're going to come down, and this section, we're going to go into a lot more detail in workshop 3, but we've got performance evidence, knowledge evidence, and assessment conditions. Performance evidence is essentially what we need to see the candidate do. What do we need to see them do? And what kind of evidence do we need to gather there? All right. And knowledge evidence is what knowledge do they need in order to be able to do that task there. All right. So in this case, I'm not sure if you can see on my screen. I'm not sure if you can see on the link there, but go ahead in the chat box. What do we need to gather evidence of them doing? Folks, drop in the chat box. We need to gather evidence of them actually doing. See what you come up with. Awesome. Loving what people are putting in here. So we got Matt and Susan. Excellent. So I'm going to go straight to the point, though, and I'm going to get everyone to respond. How many presentations do we need to watch them do, folks? How many presentations do we need to watch them do? Beautiful. 2. Awesome. And in this case, we've got a bunch of knowledge, so we're probably going to ask them some questions about, and we are going to probably deliver that part. It's going to be a written test, and the performance evidence is probably something that we're going to watch them do. All right. Now, no matter what unit you actually look at, it's going to be written in a very similar structure and format where we're going to have performance criteria, elements, and we're going to have foundation skills, and we're going to have performance evidence and knowledge evidence. The last thing I'll mention is we've got assessment conditions, and basically this is the section that tells us under what conditions we actually must assess a person. So and what equipment must be available, and sometimes it'll even say what qualifications somebody must have in order to assess that unit there. All right. So basically every unit written the same way, and in this case we will need to watch them deliver 2 presentations, right? And let me just drop that there, and let me now let's come back to the unit that we were looking at before with the first aid, and let me drop that in there. Okay, so first aid unit, I'm going to come down, and many of you may already be familiar with the first aid unit. And before we go any further, how many elements are there in the first aid unit here, folks? How many elements are there? 4. Perfect, Parkley. Excellent, Mark. Thank you. Going to wait till everyone drops a 4 in there. Awesome. Now, coming down, many of you may be familiar with it, maybe not, but there are many things that we need to watch in the CPR unit, such as choking, ventilation, fractures, nosebleeds, shock. And there's a lot that we actually need to watch someone do or someone handle. But, one of the most common things that we are all very familiar with is the old CPR side of things. And go ahead, drop in the chat box, how long do we need to watch someone do the CPR for? How long do we need to watch them do it for? Perfect. All right, and this is one of my units that I'm quite familiar with because in my past role, I used to be a training manager at a paramedic college. And one of the big things that we saw in that unit was that a lot of these scenarios or situations were often left out, and there was an over focus there on just the CPR. And some of the scenarios there, like nosebleeds and all that, were sometimes missed out by accident, or sometimes they were compacted into one scenario where one patient had this, and this, and it was a little bit of an intense scenario there. Right? So that is basically training.gov.au, and probably later today, if not tomorrow, we'll be diving deep into your industry and your world and checking out what qualifications are there. But already we've looked at corrections. There's certainly a Cert 3 available. With mining, there's a Cert 2 available. But there's lots of training packages qualifications available, which would all relate to you guys. And later on, when we look at our PD plan, we're going to find a qualification that would be very specific to what you deliver and your world, so to speak. There. But by my clock, it's 1:30, so we're going to take a 10-minute break, and I will see you back here at 1:40, folks. Thank you so much. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes' time.
Hey Mark, sorry to disturb.
Yeah, go for it, Susan.
Do you know your little notes on the screen? Do you have any idea how I might be able to copy your notes? And then I can, because right mouse click and tried to copy it, but it won't copy from the screen. Is it
Oh,
possible?
the whiteboard things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because even
Some of them you'll actually get a copy of at the end of today. So they'll come to you via email, and you'll be able to save them. So So when I put them up, they automatically save, and they'll come to you at the end of today.
Oh, cool. All right, thank you. I just kind of like the idea of copying your bits on the screen and then adding, and it would be quicker then for me to.
Yeah, totally fine. Totally fine.
Actually, I am taking notes, written notes, but
cool.
it's so much better to have it on a document that's already typed up,
Yeah, definitely.
Do it in minutes.
Yeah, no worries.
Anyway.
Yeah, all good. Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem at all. Parkley, are you guys in Brisbane?
We're in Sydney.
I think that was Sydney, was it?
Yes, Sydney.
Yeah, nice. How's the weather down there?
Hot.
Yeah, yeah. I was just wondering because it's 38 degrees here in the Gold Coast of Brisbane. So yeah, scorching. Hopefully you guys have got aircon in your room. Daniel, are you there?
Yeah, mate.
I was surprised you got here so early. I was expecting you to be rather delayed. It sounds like everything went smoothly this morning with dropping off.
Yeah, school started at 8:50
Oh wow.
and there were like, it was chockers full of parents, so I let my wife deal with all the aftermath and I just took off.
I thought that might have been the case.
Plus it was like 32 degrees already and I was like not keen to stand around outside and deal with it.
What
But yeah,
grade is she going into?
my son just started prep. So it's his first day of school.
How was he feeling?
He was more excited than what we were. I think we were more nervous for him.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's good. Good. So some kids it can be a little bit traumatic, others are like, let me in there.
Nah, he just jumped straight in the classroom and started playing straight away. So
Oh,
no need for me to hang around. Yeah.
nice. Nice. No, it really worked out really nicely. So that's cool.
Did I miss much?
No, not at all. It
Okay.
was mainly just the housekeeping, setting up their folders and just people identifying their goals and where they wanted to go with things. So yeah, worked out really well. Awesome. All right, folks. So if you are ready to go, if you could just drop a P in the chat box and let me know that you are good to go there. Awesome. Love it, Susan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, cool. So let's check out my magic whiteboard for just a moment here, folks. And let me just do that and do that. And let me get rid of that. So let me introduce you to something called the quality indicators. All right. Now, basically, there are three major things that an RTO are assessed against. All right. So every training organization, they're assessed against three core things, right? And basically, there is a regulator that's going to regulate an RTO, and we'll talk about that very shortly. But an RTO is going to be regulated against three core things, right? And the first one is learner engagement. Learner engagement, all right? Second one is competency completion. Competency completion. And last of all, we have employer satisfaction. All right. So learner engagement, competency completion, and employer satisfaction. All right. So learner engagement, Drop in the chat box, how do you think most RTOs judge learner engagement or check for learner engagement? Drop in the chat box, how do you think we test for it, or that it is information's gathered around it? What do people fill out at the end of a course? Feedback forms, beautiful, Matt. Excellent, really great job. Absolutely. Sometimes people fill out online feedback forms or paper-based feedback forms, and that is going to give you data for the learner engagement side of things. So feedback forms, right? Excellent. Now, competency completion is basically how many people start and how many people complete their studies. All right. Now I've said studies because sometimes people could be completing just one unit or a or also how many people were marked competent. Well, yes, generally competency equals completion. So yeah, competency completion, how many people were marked competent or complete the course that they have undertaken and got competent, so to speak, there. Now, last of all, we've got employer satisfaction, and drop in the chat box, how do you think that's typically measured or information is gathered around that? What do we think, folks? How do we think we typically gather that? It's actually very similar to number one there, but we give a survey to who? Drop in the chat box, who do we give the survey to in that case? And it's pretty much a leading question there. We give this survey to the WHO, to the not World Health Organization, but drop in the chat box, who do we give the survey to? We give it to the, I'm going to keep saying it until you guys put it in. Who do we give the survey to? Drop in the chat box. Who do we give the who do we give the survey to? Who do we give it to? Yeah, Daniel got the class, the employer, right? The employer. So at Spec Training, we're really lucky because we've got a number of organizations that we've been working with for a very long time. I won't say their names, but they know who they are. And basically, we've been really lucky that we've been able to have great engagement and great success with those organizations. And they stick with us because they're satisfied with the training that they receive there. But learner engagement, competency completion, and employer satisfaction. I'm going to ask a bit of a leading question here, folks. 1, 2, or 3. Which do you think is the most important? Number 1, number 2, or number 3? Drop in the chat box. It's a leading question. It's a trick question. Drop in. What do you think is most important? 1, 2, or 3? Drop in. Yeah, Aileen's got 1. Parkley's gone 2. 1, 2, 2. Cool. All right. Now, it is a bit of a trick question. It's a bit of a trick question because, strangely, I have, as a lead trainer, had some interesting scenarios. Now, I've had 2 trainers come across my path, and I've had, let's call her Mary. Now, Mary was a very good trainer. Now, Mary, whenever she delivered training, at the end of it, everybody loved Mary. Now, Mary, on her feedback form, she always got 5s, and everybody loved Mary, and everybody recommended the company because of Mary, right? But Mary, whenever she taught, feedback was great, but the competency completion wasn't crash hot. So if she taught a class of 20, sometimes only 5 people actually got through the course and passed. Now, we had another trainer, let's call him Steve. Now, Steve was an interesting gentleman. Steve was from the Middle East, right? And Steve had a bit of an interesting personality. And he sometimes got some complaints about Steve, right? And feedback wasn't great, but his competency completion for his learners was extremely high. So we had pretty much an 80, 95, if not 100% competency completion for students that went through his course. Drop in the chat box, who is the better trainer, Steve or Mary? Mary or Steve? Drop in the chat box. Who's the better trainer? What do you think, folks? Yep, Sparkley's got Steve. Mary, cool. Yeah, second. Okay, Matt, Mary. Maintaining a standard, very cool. Now, would you agree, drop a yes in the chat box, that potentially both of these people have areas to work on, and potentially if you were in management, you would have to have different types of conversations with those 2 people? Drop a yes in the chat box, you would agree with that. Because what we know for a fact is for an RTO to be sustainable, to grow, there are 3 key things that have to be in place, right? And awesome, thank you, Matt. And I'm just going to do that, and I'm just going to clear this. And what I want to share with you is what I call the house of cards for success for an RTO. All right, so how's the cards? So there's certain things that have to be in place for an RTO to grow, right? And the first thing is, this is Mark's content, Mark's idea. You won't find this in a textbook, but basically, number one, you have to have a great training product or training experience, all right? And if people have a great training experience, then they are going to share that experience and you are going to certainly have growth there. But number two, you need great marketing, all right? Because if there's no bums on seats or bums in an online environment, then you don't have a training product or a training business, all right? And then number three here is we absolutely need to make sure our compliance is tight and everything is working in the back end to support number one and two there. Drop a yes in the chat box, that kind of makes sense. So the house of cards, you need those three things working in tandem, because otherwise the organization just doesn't grow. And I've been in RTOs that have had amazing training products, but no bums on seats, and the RTO hasn't grown. I've known companies, RTOs, that have been extremely compliant, but poor marketing. I've seen companies that have had all different shapes and flavors of the house of cards, and you can often see, all right, where are the weaker areas? And know that if you're a training organization growing, you must be solid in all three areas. If it's not, it eventually can implode there. So for me, I call that the house of cards, and definitely a great analogy to be aware of, right? So I just want to come back. Earlier, we were talking about the quality indicators, So we had learner engagement, we had competency completion, and then we had employer satisfaction, learner engagement, and competency completion, all right? So that's one way that an RTO's success will be measured, so to speak. But I just now want to bring your attention to what I call what is called the Kirkpatrick model. What I would love you to do is just in the chat box, if you just type in Kirkpatrick, you just drop that in there, that would be awesome. Beautiful. Now, this is a piece of content from the diploma of TA, and if you're interested in going along and continuing to study out the TA, these are the kind of things that you may come across. But the Kirkpatrick model is just simply a way to evaluate the success of the training, but more at an organizational level. So when we're trainers, we often pick up our session plans, and then we walk in, deliver our training, and we get our feedback forms. But there's a little bit more to it. And I love sharing this because it reminds us to keep a bigger picture perspective on things, right? So we've got level one, which is the reactions there, right? And that is going to be the feedback forms. Great. Level two learning, this is going to be, when they do the assessments, do they get it right? And have they learned what they need to learn? Level three behavior is, to what extent did the learners change their behavior back in the workplace there? The last of all, level four, is the results. So what organizational benefits resulted from the training? Did complaints go down? Did performance go up? Did efficiency go up? All right. Now, there is one higher level as well. There's level five, and that is ROI. I'm just going to drop that in there. ROI, return on investment. So drop in the chat box, who do you think cares the most about the ROI at an organization? What kind of role, what kind of department may care about the ROI the most there? Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Susan. Yep, so ROI. So who do you think, what position in the company cares the most about return on investment for training there? What kind of do the managers? Susan, nailed it. Really cool. So the training and development department, they would care about. The CEO, he would really care about it. The director, very cool. And also maybe the finance department as well, because they probably paid for the training and they would get a return on investment. All right. So the Kirkpatrick model is a great way to remind ourselves that the training we deliver is part of a bigger scheme, bigger program, bigger objective, so to speak, right? So drop a yes there, Jeff, you would agree that this Kirkpatrick model, good thing to keep in mind, and it's a good way to remind ourselves that, hey, we're part of a bigger picture. Also, to pay for it themselves will need ROI too. Absolutely, Susan. Absolutely. They want they want a return on their investment, and whatever that looks like for them. That could be a new job, a new whatever. That qualification certainly to create new possibilities for them there. Fantastic. This is Kirkpatrick model, and this is something we just have in the background there in the back of our minds as we evaluate our training, knowing that we've got our assessments, we've got our feedback, and then we've got, well, what kind of behavioral change was actually created there. All right. So if you're taking notes, which I'm sure that you are, if you just drop in vet orgs, so vet organizations, I'm going to bring up my magic whiteboard here again for you. And let me just clear that. So vet orgs, I love it. So we're just going to go through some of the vet organizations that you're going to come across in the vet sector. There's a lot of them, and there's going to be two major ones that you need to be aware of, and you can certainly find out a lot about the other ones at another time. But at this point, where you're at, pretty much just need to know about two of them. If not, I'll give you one more, and you can process it. But as I said earlier today, the vet industry or the vet sector is extremely regulated and is very compliance heavy, and we need to make sure that we meet standards, right? So the vet organizations, now the first one I want to talk to you about is called ASQA, ASQA. So ASQA, everyone go ahead, drop in the chat box once you've written that down, drop in ASQA, ASQA. Nice work, team. And this stands for the Australian Skills Quality Authority. Australian Skills Quality Authority, Australian Skills Quality Authority. Excuse the spelling. Awesome. So Australian Skills Quality Authority. So we're going to do a quick, crazy examples here, but ASQA is the organization that we pay a lot of money to in order to establish or register as an RTO. So I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions. The answer is going to be exactly the same every single time, and I'll get you to drop in the chat box. Go ahead, drop in the chat box. Let's see. Who can audit your RTO, folks? Drop in the chat box. Who can audit your RTO? Drop in the chat box. The answer is going to be exactly the same every single time. Drop in the chat box. Who can audit your RTO? It is. I'm going to wait for you to drop in the answer. Beautiful. All right. So I'm going to ask them. Awesome. Next one. Who can shut your RTO down? Drop in the chat box. Who can shut your RTO down? Who can shut you down? Shut you down. Awesome. Next one. Who do RTO managers lose sleep over? Who do they lose sleep over? I can't handle it. We've got so many things to worry about. ASQA, beautiful. All right, next. Who can students complain to if they are not happy about something? Drop in the chat box. Beautiful, loving it. ASQA. Next. When you put together a training plan, who do you send that training plan? Beautiful, Corey. ASQA, right? Now, next one. I want to apply to be able to teach a brand new qualification. So expect training. We want to teach, I don't know, Cert 3 in bird watching. Cert 3 in bird watching. Who do we send applications to? All right, beautiful, ASQA. All right, so they are the national regulator for RTOs, Okay, now basically what that means is that they audit and regulate RTOs. They'll come to your RTO and they will make sure that you are following the standards for RTOs. And there are, pick a number between 0 and 10, folks. How many standards are there for RTOs? How many standards do you think there may be? Pick a number between 0 and 10. What do you think? What do you think? Pick a one, Susan. One. I think we'll pick another number, folks. Pick another number. Let's see what other numbers you guys come up with. 10. No, no one's got it yet. Beautiful, Matt. Good job, Matt. Awesome. So there are actually 8 standards. Everyone, let's lock in that learning. Drop in that number into the chat box there, and let's lock in the number 8. Let's lock in the 8. Awesome. So there's actually 8 standards that an RTO must adhere to, and we'll certainly take a look at those standards on which state you of. Cool. So Susan, that's what we're going to go to next, right? So basically, we have ASC, which is a national regulator. Then we have two other regulators, which are TAC, and then we have VRQA. All right. Now, TAC, they look after WA, and they're called the Training Accreditation Council. All right. Again, it's not super important that you are aware of it unless you really work in WA. VRQA, they look after Victoria. All right. Now, I will just mention though that if you are in Victoria and the RTO also teaches outside Victoria, then you are audited by both VRQA and ASQA. All right, go ahead, drop a yes in the chat box. That makes sense. So if you're also in WA and you also teach outside WA, then you are audited by TAC and also ASQA there as well. All right, so let's play a game. Drop in the chat box. If you are working in RTO in Tasmania, drop in the chat box who is your regulator, who audits you if you're in Tasmania. I've got beautiful. Gonna wait for everyone to drop it in. Awesome. Now, next one, let's go with Adelaide, folks. Adelaide. Nice. All right, next one. Next one, let's go WA. Let's go WA. Awesome tack, right? Now, next one, let's go Darwin. Darwin, bit different. Darwin. Nice. And let's go with a bit of a twist. Let's go with based in Victoria, but also teach in Sydney. Victoria and also teach in Sydney. Beautiful, Parkley, nailed it. All right, cool. So now, next organisation I want to mention to you is Job Skills Councils. Okay, Job Skills Councils, JSCs. Go ahead, everyone, drop in a JSC into the chat box there for me if you could. Nice. All right. They write training packages. So in total, there are 10 job skills councils. Okay. And I asked you the question, who writes training packages or who writes qualifications or who writes units of competency? Drop in the chat box there, folks. So what's the answer to that question? Who writes training packages? Who writes qualifications? Who writes units? Drop in the chat box. Who writes them? I'm going to wait for you to, yes, Alicia, very cool. Very cool. Okay. Absolutely. I'm going to wait till everyone locks in their answer there. Beautiful. Nice work. All right, so let's mix it up here, folks. How many standards must an RTO adhere to if you are audited by ASQA? Go ahead, drop in the chat box. How many standards? Beautiful, love it. How many standards must you adhere to? Awesome. All right, cool. Next question. How many job skills councils are there, folks? How many job skills councils are there? Beautiful, Parkley. Love it. All right, cool. Gonna wait. Beautiful. All right, and let's wrap this section up here. Who can shut you down if you're a bad RTO? Who can shut you down if you're a bad RTO in, let's go, Canberra? In Canberra, who can shut you down if you're a bad RTO? Awesome. Love it, Matt. Love it, Susan. Love it, Buckley. Love it, Alan. Awesome. Love it, Matt. Beautiful. All right, so we got 8 standards an RTO must meet. And an RTO is audited every particular time. And when you want to change, when you want to add a new qualification to your scope or your range of qualifications that you teach, you have to apply to ASQA to be able to do that. The Job Skills Councils, they update the training packages. Earlier today, folks, drop in the chat box, I mentioned how often training packages are updated. Can anyone remember how often training packages are updated? Three to 5 years. Perfect. Love it. All right, so now I'm just going to quickly go over to this web page, and I'll drop the link in the chat box there for you, and that'll be great. And this is more so for just reference purposes only, and I'll drop this in here. And basically, this is a list of the job skills councils. Drop in the chat box, folks, how many were there? Let's see if you remember how many job skills councils were there. You remember, beautiful, Graham Parkley, awesome. So we're going to come down and we've got the organisation on the left-hand side, and then we've to the right of that we've got the the training packages that they look after, and each job skill council will look after a number of different training packages. All right, so I'll come down. We've got skills equipped. All right, powering skills organisation. Future Skills Organization, Manufacturing Industry Skills Alliance. All right, cool. Some of these names are a little bit intense and long. Mining and Automotive, Industry Skills Australia, Public Skills Australia, Human Ability. Okay, cool. New entry will be established. All right, so that basically just means that that one hasn't yet been made, so to speak. All right, so this is the list of the job skills councils. Drop in the chat box. What's their job, folks? Drop in the chat. What does the job skill council do? Beautiful, Matt. Excellent, Parkley. Fantastic. Right training packages. Oh, awesome. Okay. Now, just before we go any further, I need to ask the question: how many standards do RTOs need to meet when they're operating? If you're operating under ASCA, probably the chat. Oh, you guys are doing so well. 8. Excellent. Nice work, team. Nice work. All right, cool. Yes, they certainly do, Susan. They certainly do. Beautiful. All right, folks. So not yet, but in a moment. On my clock, it's 2:05. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We're going to come back and have a bit of a reset, and we're going to look at the standards that an RTO must follow. Give a bit of an overview, and then we're going to jump into your professional development requirements as trained assessors going forward. On that note, I will see you back here at 2:15, folks. Thank you so much. See you very shortly. Back at 2:15. Awesome, Mark. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Excuse me. Awesome. Go ahead, drop a P in the chat box and let me know that you're alive and breathing and good to go. Awesome. Fantastic. We've got lots of P's in there. Excellent. And I'm going to drop a link into the chat box there for you. And you can click on that link if you would like. But before we go any further, let's just recap. Let's fire up those neural pathways one more time. Drop in the chat box, how many standards are there for RTOs to follow? How many standards are there for RTOs to follow? Or how many standards must? And beautiful, Susan. Excellent, Parkley. Fantastic, right? So an RTO must meet those 8 standards to stay in operation. And if they don't meet those standards, then it will be a non-compliance item as identified in an audit. All right. So when as we come to your RTO and they audit you, they are auditing you against these 8 standards. All right. Excuse me. So we've got this link that I've sent you through, and basically we have these 8 standards, and each of these standards have sub points as well. All right. And not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to send you guys into a breakout room, and hopefully you will have gotten this link here. And so I'm just going to drop the link in one more time. And all you're going to do in the breakout room, all you're going to do is you're simply going to read through the standards. And I know it's in the on the screen there, it looks a little bit funky, but it seems like they've recently updated the page, and it's been modified a little bit here, but it is what it is, and we can still see it. But if we scroll down, we've got standard 1, and it goes through a bit of detail there, and then we scroll down, and we've got standard 2. Operations of the RTO are quality assured. Then we come down and we've got standard 3, RTO issues, maintains, and accepts AQF core certification documentation. Then we come down, we've got standard 4, accurate and accessible information. And then we got standard 5, each learner is properly informed and protected. We come down and standard 6, complaints and appeals are recorded. And then we've got standard 7, RTO is effective governance and administration arrangements. And then standard 8 is RTO cooperates with ASQA or the vet regulator. So not yet, but in a moment, Daniel and Susan, you guys are going to check out standard 1. All right. And all you're going to do is just read through standard 1. So what are you doing? All right. And then Eileen, you're going to check out standard 2. That'd be cool. Alicia and Matt, you guys are going to check out standard 3. And Corey and Mark, you guys are going to check out standard 4. And I think that is everyone there. So you're simply going to go into the breakout room, read the standard that you've been allocated. That's all you need to do. And we'll come back and we'll just have a chat about the standard. And that'll be cool. But we'll just do it for about 2 minutes. Head into your room. Read the standard you've been allocated. You can read a little bit more backwards or forwards, up to you, but just focus on the standard that you've been allocated. And it's just a familiarization activity. If we were in the diploma, we'd analyze these standards in a lot more detail. But at this point, all we want to do is just read a little bit and get familiar with what they sound like and what they look like, knowing there's a lot of different layers to them, and we can spend weeks and weeks on weeks. Parkley, yeah, my apologies. Parkley, you guys are standard 1 as well. Standard 1. On that note, head into your rooms, and I'll bring you back in about 2 minutes. Awesome. We're just waiting for one of the groups to come back. Awesome. Welcome back, team. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Awesome. What I'd love you to do is drop in the chat box. If I allocated you a standard, such as standard 1, drop in the chat box. If you were going to summarize that standard into a theme, what would it be? So if it was like complaints, well, then you would just type in the chat box complaints. If it was about training quality, then just putting training quality. It could be anything at all. If you're going to summarize that standard into a couple of words or one word, drop in the chat box. What would it be for you? As you have gone through that experience there of reading through that particular standard you've been allocated. Drop in the chat box. And when you do it, if you can put the standard number in there as well, that'd be pretty cool. So standard whatever, and then if you summarize it in one word or a couple of words. Okay, cool. I like it, Alicia. Records. Yeah, training quality, Parkley, awesome. Nailed it. Core training. Cool. Yeah.
Sorry, Miles. I went
Yes.
to the legislation and it said that they were having trouble and I couldn't get into it at all.
Yeah, no problem.
So I don't know what standard
Yeah.
2 is. I think it was compliance, but I can't remember.
Yeah, all good. So standard 2 is about assessing.
Assess. Sorry.
No problem at all. No problem at all. Awesome, folks. So yeah, as I kind of mentioned, the legislation seems to be doing a bit of an update. It's looking at a funky form at the moment, and I'm sure it'll be rectified over time. But IT issues, there we go. So now let's play a little bit of a game. Maybe you've got the legislation open on your end. Maybe you don't, but maybe you take a guess. And if you can't see it, that's totally fine. I'll be able to scroll up or scroll down. I would like to throw this question out there. Obligation to learners. Oh, beautiful, Mark. Awesome. So now let's look at a scenario. The certificate doesn't have the correct logo on it. All right, certificate doesn't have the right logo on it, folks. Drop in the chat box. What standard would that be breaking? What standard would that be breaking? See if we can find it. Drop in the chat box. I will react to Matt's comment very shortly. Maybe. I'm gonna lead mostly towards standard 3 there. Standard 3. All right. So RTO issues, maintains, and accepts AQF core certificates, documents, provides access to learner records there. All right. So standard 3 for me is more so about certificates. Excellent. Next question. The RTO doesn't have a complaints policy. Naughty RTO. What's going on? The RTO doesn't have a complaints policy. Drop it in the chat box. What standard do you think that one is going against there? Awesome, Mark. Good work. So I'm just going to bring up standard 6 there. Nice on that. All right, cool. Now, next one's a little bit tricky, but you should be okay with it. The assessment process isn't fair. The assessment process isn't fair for the candidates. What would you say, folks? Drop in the chat box, standard 1 to 8, pick a number. But you should be able to think about it because I've already given away the answer there. what do we think? There's one particular standard that really focused on, maybe, not the one I'm thinking of there, Alicia, not the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, nice, Parkley. Very cool, very cool. So, standard, yeah, nice, Susan. So assessment is really covered in quite a bit of detail there, in standard one. Yeah, it's quite a bit there. Now, be aware that in RTO operations, multiple things could touch on multiple standards there, all right? Because, you know, one thing in marketing could impact something else, one thing in assessment could impact other things as well. And different personnel in an RTO can be impacted by different standards as well. So the admin team, they really need to be aware of the marketing side and also enrollments and things like that. Trainers need to really be aware of the assessing side of things and also PD requirements, for example. We'll talk about that in a moment. You know, the finance team, they really need to be aware of the finance obligations, all right? So the standards, they're something you're going to become even more familiar with as you travel through this course. But at this point, all you need to do is have a superficial understanding of the fact that there are 8 standards and they're broken down into minor standards. And the other thing I'll say about standards is they are open to interpretation. And what I mean by that is in different scenarios, they are certainly applied, but the question is always, what does the standard say? And there is also another book or another document called the User Guide of the Standards, in which it outlines in even more detail what each of the terms mean and how to apply them as well. All right. So yes, there's a lot of people that have paid a lot of money to help RTOs through audits. And this is kind of like the source document. All right. Drop a yes into the standards, kind of makes sense. And you're like, all right, cool, I get it. There's 8 and they touch on different things. And that's pretty much all you need to know there. For now. If you're taking the diploma at TAE, we're certainly going through it a lot more detail. And at this stage, all you need to do is find them and read through them. And that's pretty much all you need. So on that note, let's quickly touch on what's most important for you guys, which is the PD requirements. So I'm just going to bring this up here and just drop a yes in the chat box if you can see my slides that say PD requirements for trainers and assessors. Awesome. Okay, so as part of the standards, you are required to keep up to date with your PD, all right? You're required to hold the credentials, and basically you need to have your TAE 22 in order to be a trainer in the vet sector. You need to hold the vocational competencies to the level that you're delivering. So if you're teaching Cert 4 in property services, well, ideally you would have that qualification, or you'll be able to demonstrate the skills and knowledge for that qualification. You need to have industry skills, you need to have industry currency as well, and you need to be able to prove that. We'll talk about that later. Undertake relevant professional development. So you need to be doing professional development in the vet sector and know what's happening in the vet sector as well. All right. So to summarize all of that, you need to have your TAE, you need to be doing PD in the vet sector, and you need to be doing PD within the concept or the realm of the qualification that you are actually teaching as well. And so PD in your own industry and currency as well. So there's a little bit to PD. And one of the things that we need to always do is keep a record of everything that we do and also keep a plan for what we're going to do over the next 12 months. All right. So what I'd like to quickly do now is shoot you through an email, and this may get to you quickly, it may not, but whenever you get it is totally fine. And I'm just going to bring up a document here, and I will just show it to you here. Awesome. Just drop a yes in the chat box if you can see the handout that's on the screen there. Just let me know that you can see the handout. Beautiful. Thanks, Matt. Awesome. So in the last 30 seconds, I've just sent you through an email. We'll get to that in just a moment. But I have sent you through this document here, which is basically a list of all these different things that we can subscribe to. So ASQA, as we talked about, is the National Vet Regulator, and ASQA actually have a newsletter that you can subscribe to. Right. Spec training, we've actually got videos on YouTube that you can subscribe to the spec training YouTube channel. The pen principles, we will talk about those at workshop too there. There is a number of groups on LinkedIn that you can certainly subscribe to. So LinkedIn Learning, LinkedIn groups, there's also VetR subscription. So VetR is an organisation that provides PD. NCVER is a organisation. I'll just drop it in the chat box there. NCVER or NCVR. Yeah. Basically, they're an organisation that gathers statistics and data for the vet sector. And then we got books to read and all that fun stuff. All right, but basically, things to subscribe to. So I'm just going to highlight VELG for just a moment. All right, now VELG is an organization that actually provides webinars and seminars and workshops for people in the vet sector. All right, and not yet, but in a moment, I'm just going to bring this up so that we got some context. All right, so VELG is an organization and they have a national seminar or conference that is held every year, probably around September, November, in which everybody gets together and learns from ASCA and different job skills councils, and different presenters come and present. And I presented at VELG back in 2019, and you guys will see a video of that later in this course. But basically, VELG is a great organization and they have webinars that you can attend. Some are paid, some are free, and for that there. So we'll definitely be looking at VELG again in just a moment. But coming back here to this document here. So we've got VOC Ed Plus, which is another organization. We've got ASQA, NCBR, training.gov.au, skills education, job skills councils, and Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. All right. So, and then last we got Safe Work Australia, and then we got some fact sheets, and ASQA's got a YouTube channel as well there, so you can definitely subscribe to that. And all of that. All right. So what I'd love to do now is not yet in a moment. We're going to just take a break and we're going to allow some time for that email to hit your inbox. Right. And once it's hit your inbox, then we're going to work on the template that's inside that email, and we're going to work together on it as a group. By my clock, it's 2:40. We're going to take a break until 2:55, and hopefully by the time we get back, the email will hit your inbox there. When you do receive the email, just jot it into the chat box and I'll know that you've got it. Break time starts now, back at 2:55, and we'll start filling out that plan. Awesome, Alicia. Thank you so much. Yeah, great, Susan, and I'll address that question when we get back.
This money, I mean,
Hey,
Hello.
have you
Who am
done
I speaking to?
okay. Have you done anything um on the website? I was in regards to the assessment, because I was a bit confused. Should we start doing this, read the stuff, and then do the assessment before we did our face to face online with you?
Is this Susan?
Sorry.
Is this Susan? Susan, is that you speaking?
Yes, it is
Yeah.
Susan.
Yeah. No, nothing required at all. You are right where you need to be, and everything is fine. I assume that people may have looked at something, but I am more so of the opinion that everyone's pretty much time poor and won't have looked at anything. So it's all good. You're right where you need to be.
Okay, all right. So when we do that after we're free to do those things after we've done the sessions with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of that kind of stuff, it will be explained. So trust the process. Tomorrow we're going to go we're going to bring up Moodle and we're going to have that whole conversation. But
Okay.
at the moment, there's just some people that have not yet got Moodle. So I'm just holding off that conversation until everyone's got Moodle access. And I'm going to go through the assessment side of things tomorrow morning and bring it up. But at this stage, we're heading to the project side of things, and we're going to get some of the projects done. And then tomorrow I'll touch on the short answer questions. But at this point, I'm just dealing with a little bit of a tech glitch with some people not having access to that. So we're just parking that for just a moment. And there's no expectation or no belief that you would have done anything prior to meeting me. So that is perfect, and you are right where you need to be. So it's all good. Awesome. Susan's got the email, Matt's got the email, Mark's got the email. Not talking about myself. Go ahead, let me know. Did you receive the email? Did you not? Do I need to send it again? Drop in the chat box. Did you get the email? Let me know where you are. Daniel said yes. Awesome. Barkley, yes. Excellent. Yes. Awesome. Eileen, excellent.
Sorry, Miles. How many hours PD are required in 1 year?
Yes, excellent, excellent. Don't worry, I'm coming to the question, but it's all good. So I'll answer the question now. So the really hard to answer that question. Depending on the industry that you work in, some sectors actually have hours prescribed. Many times in vet, it is left very open. And the challenge is that there is no hard and fast rule from ASQA. There's no hard and fast rule from anyone in regards to hours. What basically the RTO would do is they're going to expect you to have a PD plan, and they're going to expect you to be staying current in your industry. That could be, working a couple of shifts in your industry, but they're going to be expecting you to do, depending on the organization. This is really why it's hard for me to say it's a this or that. Depending on the organization, they're going to expect you to do something in regards to vet. They're going to expect you to do something in regards to your industry. Now, generally, the way I like to look at it is if you attend a conference, that's a big significant thing. If you're reading journals, well, that's good, but big part of just reading a journal or a newsletter or something like that is the auditor will expect you to show that you've read it, but also then keep an idea or a journal of how have you implemented those ideas. Now, in the vet sector, unlike teaching, we don't actually have a score system or a point system at all. And it's something that they want to look at, they want to introduce, but at this point in time, they don't. Having said that, I generally operate off the idea that doing 3 things in the vet sector is a good idea. Then doing 3 things in your own industry is probably a good idea. So kind of like, as long as you're doing 3 things every, say, 6 months, that is going to show that you're staying up to date with those 4 areas. So I kind of just go, all right, at least three, and that's going to show that you're doing something. Some things are going to be ongoing. So for example, if you're subscribed to a newsletter, let's That's an ongoing thing. If you attend a webinar, a couple of webinars every 6 months, that's pretty good. Right? If you go off to a conference, that's like, a 2 or 3 day conference, well, that's going to be even more valuable there. But it's a great question, and it's something that the vet sector, unfortunately, doesn't have prescription around it. Having said that, if you teach, for example, financial services, within the financial services, they're going to have PD amounts that you need to adhere to and different things like that. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I have 2 registrations, and they all both require 120 hours every 3 years. So I wondered how many more hours.
Awesome. So quite a lot of hours there for that industry. Awesome. So what we're going to do now is we're going to open up this professional development plan. All right. Once you've got it open, just drop the word open into the chat box and let me know that you've got it open there. I'm going to walk you through it, and that would be great then. Awesome. Once you've got it open, just let me know that you've got it open, and I'm going to support you through it. Awesome. Thanks, Parkley. Excellent. Now, this document itself is, certainly many pieces to it. And the idea is that what we're trying to do is show what are your proposed activities for the next 12 months or the next 6 months, right? And there's different levels of depth that you can go to. And we're going to do enough to give you a broad perspective. Know that if you work in an RTO, though, they may ask for a lot more detail, and they may ask you to have a plan for every single unit of competency that you deliver. So just know there's going to be a wide spectrum of variation in what could be required for the PD plan. So we're going to do enough to give you a good bit of a sense and give you a bit of planning for the vet sector and for your own industry there and for your own qualification. Awesome. Thank you, Matt. Thanks, Alicia. Thanks, Eileen, Daniel, Mark, Corey. Awesome. All right, folks. So we got the full name. So go ahead and drop in your name where it says full name. So if your name is Bill Smith, put in Bill Smith. And once you've done that, just drop a D for done in the chat box if you could. Awesome. All right, so next piece, I'm going to come back to it. So thanks, Eileen. I'm going to come back to it, but first of all, let's do your email address. So your email address. So put that in. And I'll just give you a moment to do that. I'll count to 30. I probably shouldn't take that long, but I'll count to 10. Awesome. Hopefully you're done on the email. If you are done on email, just drop a D for done. That'd be great. All right. So the next piece is going to be individual. It's going to be individual and qualification delivered. All right. Now, I am going to bring something up, and I just need to do something. All right, Daniel, can you hear me, sir? Unmute yourself, and if you could let me know that you can hear me, just unmute yourself, Daniel, if you could, please. Can you hear me, Daniel?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Daniel, I'd like to make a suggestion. I'd like to suggest that, I know you're kind of in the manual arts world. I'd like to suggest that you go with the Certificate 1 in construction. Would that be okay with you?
That's fine.
So CPC 10120, Certificate 1 in construction. All right. So all you're doing is you are going to grab what's on the screen there, Cert 1 in construction, the code, and just type that into the section where it says qualifications delivered. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Cool. So next, we have some people that are in the corrections world. All right. So corrections world, what I might suggest is you write down certificate 3 in correctional practice. All right. So if you're comfortable with that, then drop a yes. If you like, no, we're going to do that one, you can certainly partly awesome. All right. So I'm just going to drop the link in the chat box there. You can certainly do the cert 3 in correctional practice. Next, we had someone that works with Aboriginals, Indigenous, Torres Strait Islanders. Drop a yes, that's me into the chat box and let me know who that may be. So Aboriginals and Torres Strait Islanders. I can't remember exactly who it was. I think it was maybe Susan or maybe Eileen, or I can't remember exactly who it was, but drop in the chat box who was it that was working with Aboriginals and Torres Strait Islanders. And the faster you respond, the faster we can move. So, yeah, Eileen, awesome, thank you. Eileen, I'm actually, now I don't know exactly what area you work in, so this is a wild guess. But what you could do is something like Cert 4 in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander governance. All right. If that's kind of on the mark, if you're happy with that, drop a yes, happy, or no way, I don't want to do that one. You know, whatever you want to do in response to that. That's cool. But the other reason I picked that is it doesn't have that many units. It's only got 12. So I'm trying to pick areas that people don't have like 37 units of competency required. Eileen, are you happy with that one there? Just drop your response in the chat. If you want to pick a different one, we can certainly do that. But I just thought that would be a good, appropriate one there. If you're happy with that one, then I'll move on to the next person. But let me know if you could. Okay, Eileen, hopefully you're okay with that one there. All right, if you're not, just let me know. We can pick a different one. Cool. Hopefully you're okay with that. Cool. So next, I think we had some people in the mining sector, and I think actually, let's have a chat about Corey first. So Corey, I was thinking in your case, and maybe other people as well, for the mining side of things, I'm fine, awesome, good to hear. So we've got Cert 2 in underground coal mining. Corey, is that, you can unmute yourself or type in the chat, I don't mind. But Corey, are you kind of comfortable with Cert 2 in underground coal mining? Or would you prefer something that's like dealing with automotive and car engines or engineering? If you could unmute yourself and sort of tell me, would you be comfortable with Cert 2 underground coal mining, or would you prefer surface mining? And don't forget to unmute yourself. Corey, can you hear me?
Yeah, mate. Sorry, but
Yep. So
yeah, mate. That's fine, mate. That's fine.
Awesome. Cool. And this one, it's only got 11 units, so it could be a good one to go with there. Cool. So now I believe there's some other people that are in the mining world, and you may want to look at potentially underground word, I can't say mining, or there's the surface mining as well. All right. Now I'm just going to drop the Cert 2. Cool. All right. So is there anyone that does not yet have a qualification that they could speak to or make a plan for, or would be in sort of your ballpark, or what you actually deal with or could deal with in the future? If you've got one, drop a yes in the chat box. Let me know, got it. If you still need one, just type need one in the chat box there. Yes, we have our emergency services as well, don't we, Matt? I apologize, didn't find that one. Matt, you need to speak up, sir. Awesome, thanks, Eileen. Excellent. Awesome. Matt, can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Are you happy with the Cert 3 in public safety?
Yep. No worries.
Uh, All right, good. Okay, so go ahead. Once you've got the qualification delivered, filled out, just drop a D in the chat box to let me know that you're done there. All right. Now, there's a couple of things in that activity or that allocation there. I could have said to you, go and find yourself or go and find your own. The reason why we're kind of doing it this way is it's a lot easier. It's a bit of a shortcut, obviously, but also if you potentially go and find the exact one, but it ends up being like 37 units or 40 units or whatever it may be, it can really extend out and make your other tasks or other assessments a lot harder than they potentially need to be. So as I've gone through and tried to find things there, I've tried to find ones that don't have insane amounts of units, just because ideally it's like you want to have something aligned, but at the same time, you don't want to make your life harder than it needs to be there. Okay, so I'm just going to wait for everyone to drop in the qualifications delivered section there. Once you've done that, drop a D.
Hey, mate, I can't get into that just to put your name in that and my email address. Yeah, can you just
Yep. Okay. Do you want me to send you the document again? Maybe that's
can you just type it in to be quicker?
cool. So what I'll actually do there for you is I'm going to
That's
support you
it.
there,
That's it.
Corey. Yep. So yeah, cool.
That email address is just the same, Corey Woods.
So what I'll do is I'll fill out a little bit and then I'll email it to you and you'll be able to fill out the rest of it.
Okay.
So what was your last name, Corey?
Woods.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
That's all right. And the let's go with I 203 20 certificate 2 in underground coal. Awesome. All right, folks. So now let's take out the dates covered by the plan and let's go with 22nd of the 1st, 2024 to, let's go 12 months, 22nd of the 1st, 2025. Once you've done the date, drop a D for done.
Sorry about being a bit slow, mate.
No problem. Yeah, so just chill out there, Corey. It's all good. I'll take care of it. So now we've got the dates done, and I think everyone's dropped in and done there. So skills, knowledge that I need to develop in my professional practice and how I might do this. So Corey, I'll take care of yours, so don't worry about that. So in here, we are going to drop in let's go with knowledge regarding. Now, I'm going to speak to Parkley for just a moment. So, knowledge regarding corrections and prison practices. All right. Parkley, drop a yes if that kind of makes sense. There. So, knowledge regarding corrections and corrective practice. There. And maybe Parkley, you could write in laws and legislation. All right, so knowledge regarding mining and changes in mining practice. So for anybody else, just write in knowledge regarding X, Y, Z, and whatever it may be. Awesome. Daniel, in your case, it'll be knowledge regarding manual arts and construction. Then you put training skills or teaching skills, admin task, and vet sector knowledge. All right. Once you've got that done, just drop a D in the chat box. Let me know that you're done. I think everybody else should be okay. I mean, it was the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. You could say knowledge regarding and whatever that may be. Awesome. So now we're going to come down and we've got activities identified for maintaining vet knowledge and skills. Okay. So here we are going to, and I'm going to support you through it. So date and length of time. So first one, we're going to go ongoing and title proposed activity, subscribe to ASQA newsletter. Okay. Organization providing, we're going to go ASQA. And then description, key information regarding compliance issues. Okay. Once you've done that one, just drop a D in the chat box, let me know that you're done. Awesome. Okay, so next one, we're going to do ongoing again. And let's go with, thank you, Susan. Cool. So let's drop in subscribe to training.gov.au, TGA, and then information regarding training package changes for my industry. All right, cool. So far we've got three. We've got subscribe to ASCA, subscribe to train.gov.au, subscribe to Job Skill Council for my industry training package there. Now, for homework later on, if you want to look up your Job Skill Council, you can certainly do that. But at this point, what we've got here is just fine, right? Cool. So once you've got those three done, just drop a D in the chat box and then let me know that you're done. Thanks, Corey. Yes, you are, sir. Ha ha ha. Funny man, funny man.
I was married to a lawyer, Mark, and you always said you've got to make things professional.
I like it. I like it.
One of the few things.
Awesome, folks. Once you've dropped in your 3, drop a D, because I want to see some more Ds. Awesome. Thank you, Daniel. Excellent. All right. So far, only 2. That's okay. We're going to take our time. No rush at all. Alrighty, hopefully people are traveling okay. And just gonna wait a little bit longer for people to drop in D's. Parkley is good, Alien's good, Daniel's good, Corey's good, of course. Cool. So let me know if you need me to slow down or you need me to create more time for you there. But next piece that we're going to do is we're going to fill out some webinars. So I'm going to type in the word webinar. Thank you, Mark. Webinar. All right. So for the webinar side of things, I'm going to drop in a link to VELG. All right. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to bring up that VELG website that we had before. And let's just bring that up. And let's just take a look at what VELG had going on here. So the link is in the chat box there, so you can click on that link. But we've got 22nd of January, there's something going on. There's the 2nd of February, something's going on. 13th of February, something's going on. 19th of February, 12th of March. What you're going to do now, and I'm going to help out Corey with it, is you are going to drop in. So you're going to find 3 webinars that you are going to attend from VELG, right? So title of the proposed webinar, so title of webinar, and then organization, thanks Susan, organization providing it's going to be VELG, and then description, what the webinar is about. Cool. So that should be good. So go ahead, click on that link and find 3 webinars and random topics. It doesn't have to be super specific. Just find 3 webinars. If you're clear on what you need to do, just drop a yes in the chat box and let me know that you're all good. And then I'm going to start working on mine here. And awesome. Thank you. Cool. So Corey, I might.
You want me to?
No, it's all good. It's my turn. I'm gonna have some fun with you. Let's go with yeah, awesome, Matt. Thanks. Let's go with 6 of 12. That's all right. 6.
What number? What date are you?
All good. I'm going with the webinar trainer. Cool. Well, Corey, that's what you're going to. Free webinars. Hey, you're gonna have a great time, sure.
That'd be good.
Once you have picked out your 3 webinars, drop a ding in the chat box and let me know that you're good to go there. Awesome, thanks, Matt. Lee, how are you guys traveling? Just drop some feedback in the chat box. It's like, yeah, everyone's going well, or yeah, we got no idea what we're doing, or yeah, things are going well, or yeah, one of the participants is taking forever, or yeah, we're already talking about the cricket, or we can't wait for the tennis tonight. Just drop some feedback. Let me know how you guys are traveling, because there's a few of you there, so I just want to make sure everyone's all good. And Alicia's good, Eileen's good, Daniel's good, Susan's good, Amanda's good, Matt's good. Getting there, awesome. Thanks, Barkley. Appreciate it. Seriously. What a question. No, Susan, you don't have to attend the webinars. Not at all. Never had someone ask the question. Great question. No, you don't have to attend these webinars at all. I mean, you can certainly if you want to, but no, you don't have to. We're just creating a hypothetical plan. I should have made that clear in the beginning, but yeah, no, you don't. You can drop a response to that if you want. But yeah, absolutely, you don't need to. Yeah, no need to. Unless you want to, you certainly can. Every year I go to the National Vet Conference, so if you ever want to come along to that, you certainly can. But you don't need to attend these webinars. That's cool. Thank you for the emoji. Awesome. But yeah, every year Spec has a booth at the National Vet Conference, which is really cool. And I presented back in 2019, but yeah, I'm not going to present again ever. We are done. Awesome. Thank you, Parkley. Appreciate it. You guys have been awesome today. Really, really cool. So what we're going to do now is not yet, but in a moment, we're going to come down here and we're going to check out this section. Actually, I'm just going to wait a little bit longer, but for anyone that's ready, the next section we'll be coming to is here. Weird way to say it, but anyway, so come. We have to attend these webinars. No, you don't have to attend them. Awesome. So Parkley are done. If you are done on dropping in the VELG webinars, just let's recalibrate. If you can drop a D in the chat box and let me know that you are done. Awesome. Thanks, Parkley. Fantastic. Awesome. So we're going to come down to the second page, and for the people that are ready for it, it says areas that I need to develop as an industry professional are. So in Corey's case, I'm going to drop in mining and technology. All right. If you are Daniel, then Daniel might write working with youth and construction techniques or hand tools. If you're working in corrections, it could be legislation and corrective practice, if that's a word. If you're working in Aboriginal field, then you could say areas that I need to develop in this professional, Indigenous updates or whatever it may be. But areas that I need to develop and as an industry professional, just put in whatever area it is. Once you've done that, just drop a D for done and let me know that you're done. Thanks, Parkley. Awesome. You guys are listening.
We'll get onto that section. Over there.
Awesome. All right, cool. So now we're going to come down to this section here. Now, this section here, I'm going to support you, but at the same time, you're actually going to do this in your own time. Now, having said this, it's not going to be hard. All you're going to do, thank you, thanks, Mark, is units of competency we are going to type in all units, all right? And we're going to all units from above qual, all right? So all units from above qual, and then all units from above qual, all right? And so when I say above qualification, what I mean by that is if you're teaching the Cert 3 in corrective practice or whatever it is, then that is what it's referring to. Hopefully that makes sense. Drop a yes if that makes sense. So all units from above qual. What I mean by that is this thing up here, right? Cool. So in Matt's case, it'll be all units from above qual, and in you're just going to literally write that, and that'll refer back to the top, which is the Cert 3 in public safety, whatever it was there. All right. Okay. So what we're going to do now is not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to explain it, and then we're going to round off today, and you're going to, for homework, fill in these 3 lines here. All right. So date of thing, title of proposed activity. You could do a webinar, you could attend a conference, you could read a newsletter, you could attend a internal training at the workplace. All right. Organization providing, whoever is providing it, and then description of what you will learn about. All right. Does that kind of make sense to everyone? Basically, you're going to think about your own industry. You're going to think of 3 things that you're going to attend or read or watch this year. Drop a yes in the chat box if that makes sense. And you're going to do it in your own time because different people will take different amounts of research on it, right? And is there something in the next 6 months or 12 months that you already know about? Great. If there's not, then you could just drop in internal training and make up a date. Internal training, make up a date. Internal training and make up a date. Parkley is good. Matt is good. Parkley, I'm not sure how much you guys do PD, but even if you don't do much, just drop in a internal training on tactical systems. You could drop in first aid training because I know you guys need to do a refresher. You can have a webinar on restraints. Just making that up, don't know. Basically, you're going to think of 3 things that you're going to attend from your industry over the next 6 or 12 months. Hopefully that makes sense there. And the way that you write it is all units from above qual, all units from above qual, all units from above qual. Then date of thing, and then what the thing is, and then who's providing it, and then a description of what's going to be covered. All right. So then down the bottom here, we've got signature of trainer assessor. So your signature, and that can be your initials. All right. Then date is today's date. And then signature of head of whatever head of department, you can just put in name of Perth, name of your supervisor. Okay. Then signature of RTO manager. Basically, let's drop that down. Let's go with Dan Hill. Let's go with Dan Hill. And then date is today's date. Today's day is the 22nd of the 1st, 2024. And then signature, let's just go with, it's not lining up. So we'll just leave that blank. If that's okay with you, team, we'll just leave that as blank. Cool. Awesome. All right. So the signature side of things, don't stress too much there. All right, so for homework, what you need to do is just find 3 things or 3 events, 3 seminars, 3 things you might read over the next 6 to 12 months. All right, just drop a yes in the chat box. Let's absolutely confirm everyone's clear on that. And that's all you need to do for that PD plan. Yeah, Matt's good. Cool. And Corey, don't worry, I'll be sending you this, and Corey, you'll be filling out those 3 lines there by yourself.
That's it. That's okay.
Yeah, awesome. I'll ask the question again because I just want to make sure everyone's good, and I haven't had a response from everyone yet. So Eileen's good, Matt's good, Alicia's good, awesome. Yeah, Daniel. I prefer that we're legit. So Daniel's asked the question. It's a legit question. Do the PD sessions need to be real, or are you making them up? And Daniel, in your case, I mean, what you can do is you can put in a staff meeting. And you could talk about what's going to be covered in the staff meeting going forward, because I know you guys have a lot of those. If it was you, you could certainly go to like Safe Work Australia, and you could find a webinar that Safe Work Australia are doing. Hopefully this is making sense. And maybe, you know, what else have you got? Maybe you're going to have a meeting with other trainers in the manual arts space as well, and you could drop in a date for that meeting. Daniel, does that kind of make sense? So to a degree, you're making them up, but to a degree, they're also going to be legit and would be normal. Daniel, does that make sense?
Yeah, I got him, mate. Thank you.
We want to make it as real as possible, but we don't want to stress ourselves out finding stuff out there. All right. Awesome, folks. Well, that is the PD plan. All right, it's the PD plan. And tomorrow we'll have a chat and we'll talk about where to upload it into Moodle there. But as we wrap up that project down, let's do a quick recap. So today we looked at the difference between training and education. We looked at 3, 10, 100. We looked at the magic numbers of 19 and 64. We looked at the difference between training and education. We looked at the job role of a trainer to create change in other people. We looked at the standards for RTOs, and there's 8 standards. We looked at ASPA and what they do. We looked at VRQA, and we looked at TAC. We looked at, what else? We looked at training.gov.au and finding those qualifications and the packaging rules. We looked at the different aspects of a unit of competency, elements and performance criteria, performance evidence, knowledge evidence, and we looked at all those different things. We also looked at the quality indicators for an RTO. We looked at the Kirkpatrick model. We also looked at your PD requirements, what's required for you to be undertaking as a trainer and assessor. So we looked at a lot of different things there, folks. And what I would love you to do is, as I've mentioned some of those things, just drop in the chat box. What was one thing we covered that was like, oh, yeah, that thing, that was a major takeaway for me. Or that thing, that was really interesting. Could be anything at all. Drop in the chat box. What's one thing that we covered that really stood out to you, and you could be looking at your notes as you drop that in. It could be anything at all that comes to mind as I've listed those out, or even something else that I've listed that, that I haven't listed that comes to mind there as well. So go ahead, drop in the chat. We also covered RIG as well, remove assumptions, investigate fully, give quality feedback there. So go ahead, drop in. What's one of your key ahas from today? Yeah, magic numbers. Awesome, Matt. Love it. 3, 10, 100. House of Cards. Very cool, Parkley. Very cool. Great marketing, great training product, and great compliance. If they ain't there, crash and burn on the RTO. VAC, visual auditory kinesthetic. Love it, Eileen. So reading and learning through the visual, learning through the auditory, learning through the hands-on. Absolutely. And the body language, 55. I love it, Corey. Very cool. 55 for body language, 38 for tonality, 7% for words. Daniel said rig. Very cool. Very cool. Corey's like, everything. Nice. Going to wait a couple more seconds for people to drop in their major takeaways there. Yeah, 1964. Awesome, Alicia. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Alrighty. Well, folks, I have to say huge congratulations because today we have covered a lot and we have really looked very deeply at a lot of different issues there, and we've made a start on our PD plan, which is epic, right? For homework dimensions, competency, very cool, Mark, very cool. Task skill, task management skill, contingency management skill, and job role or environment there. Awesome, folks. Well, congratulations. You are done on day one of your TAE journey there. So huge congratulations. Huge thank you to every single one of you for supporting each other. And Park Lee, thank you so much for controlling that space and having the intention behind everything that you're doing and being task-oriented and task-focused. I love everything that you guys have shared today. It's been epic, and it's been a really great day. Tonight for homework, basically all you need to do is just finish off that PD plan. Then tomorrow I'll show you where to submit it. Tonight, I also want you to just watch a couple of videos for me. And basically they're about 5 minutes each, maybe 10 minutes, can't remember. But there's some videos I've done. One is on how to use videos effectively in your training session. And then the second one is learning and growth and learning. And it's a little bit different. So you'll definitely get some value from those videos. They're short, they're sharp, they're sweet. And tomorrow we'll have a chat about those videos and video content. Folks, I'm going to ask you a leading question. Drop a yes if you've learned something new that you didn't know before that maybe you got some value from that you think is going to be helpful going forward, folks. Drop a yes if you got some value from today and that you may have learned something which has been helpful for you. Awesome, folks. Well, on that note, I will see you tomorrow morning, same time, same back channel, same link, and we're going to rock and roll and have a great, Mark's like, hell yes, awesome. We're going to have a great time tomorrow, and we're going to dive a little bit deeper into many great topics. It's going to be an awesome day and the day after as well. On that note, folks, thank you so much, and I will see you tomorrow morning.
You got a quick minute there, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely, Corey.
Listen,
everyone else feel free to head off, but yeah, have a quick chat to Corey or whoever else wants to have a chat. I will be available. Thanks, everyone. I will catch you tomorrow. And feel free to drop any comments if you want in the chat box. Like, where are the videos found? Absolutely. I'm going to email them through to you with the links in just about 30 seconds. So you'll be all good. Thanks, Susan, for the comment there. No problem, Alicia.
Yeah, mate. Listen, thanks for your time and your patience. Listen, I'm not up, as you already know, I'm not up to school in me computer work. I mainly, time I use computers is mainly talking to motors, naturally. But I'm not a computer person. I do things outside. I'm a hands-on man. So I'm lacking a bit, and I hope I don't pull you down in your time level that you need to push these classes through. So
Corey, you are right where you need to be. And the PD plan, I've sent it via email, so it'll hit your inbox very shortly. And then tomorrow, when we head into the next document as well, I'll support you through that as well. So that is all good. You are right.
It sort of worried me a bit because I want to get it done. You know, I want to do this. I think it's going to be good for me to do it because I'm going into teaching. Sure, I'm going to need to pick up my computer skills, but I've only virtually just thought about this over the last 3 months. And I sort of, I'm in a position where I can do it now. Not financially, but I am mentally, and that's the main thing because I've got a lot to share.
Excellent. Well, I will catch you tomorrow morning, and anything else we'll have a chat about tomorrow morning. Sounds good. Have a great night, Corey.
Thanks for your time again, mate.
Not a problem at all.
Thank you, mate.
Great, my friend. Awesome.
Cheers.
Cool. No problem at all. Daniel, Mark, Susan, did you guys have any questions that you want to ask about? Happy to answer any questions.
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry. Actually, I am changing my career. an industry. So I'm currently just doing this and that. So shall I just put that my would be the vet sector, like training in the vet sector?
What career are you going into?
Training in the vet sector.
What topic though?
Well, it's if we're talking about a career that could be, well, training in aviation, or it could be something to do with business, because I have a business, a master's in business.
Okay,
I've
cool.
got
So
a
think
different
about
training
it.
and development,
Yeah,
security
cool.
management.
Yeah, awesome. So think about it in this context. As part of workshop 2, you will be delivering some presentations. Okay. Now, those topics that you deliver on in workshop 2 are going to relate to whatever you drop into this section here. So if you're going to talk on aviation, that's cool. Make it aviation focused. If you're going to talk about business, make it business focused. But my advice would probably be go with the business side of things. And maybe in the qualification drop in like Cert 4 in business or diploma of business or something like that. Because the business one's going to be the easiest one to prepare for and deliver on. I would say it's going to be easier than aviation.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Thank you for that.
No, not a problem at all. So just for now, maybe type in Cert 3 in business or Cert 4 in business, and then we'll worry about which exact qualification going forward tomorrow or the next day when we do that part.
Okay. So that'll be in the industry areas that I need to develop also.
Yep, correct.
Yeah. And it'll be in and also in the activities identified maintaining vet. Okay, cool.
Awesome.
All right.
Cool. I'll see you tomorrow, Susan. Yeah, no problem at all.
Have a good night. Bye.
Yeah, bye.